yes, it is in the contract a legal requirement every single time we appear on camera, and we are appearing on camera right now, as you can see, here to cover the Knuckles Up event that's going to be taking place in New York. It's going to be an amazing event. We've got some crazy good matchups happening, and I can't wait to see this card play out. So I've just bought my pay-per-view, and I'm just going to click my link so I can go to the website and all the rest of it. But as it said on the website, that you won't be able to see anything until they are actually live. But the main event, obviously, with Ryan Bowen and Andre Shakovich for Knuckles Up 4. But it'll be a little while till we kick things off. I think there's 2:30 a.m. is when it starts for us here in Adelaide, and it's currently 2 a.m. So we have half an hour to go. But yes, if you can see a couple of people have jumped in to watch here. If you say hello, I can say hello back and see who it is that's having a look. And maybe it's a couple of the people from the SA Titans Arm Wrestling Club, or it could just be some people that they're a little shy, they don't want to say hello, and that's okay. So yes, we're very excited about the Knuckles Up 4 event that will be taking place in half an hour's time. Absolutely incredible lineup of matches. We're seeing the return of Marcio Barbosza against Pablo. Ooh, that last name always gets me. I'm looking at the script, I'm reading it. Pablo, I'm going to try it. Durbadenydev. I don't know. That's a hard one, but against Pablo. So Marcio Barbosza, obviously being a veteran of the sport, and if you've ever watched the WAL, you would have seen some legendary matches featuring Marcio Barbosza there. But he is back. He's had a little bit of time off, and now he is back to take on Pablo in a... What are we doing here? We're doing right arm. Do they have it? I think all the matches are first to 3. What I might do is share the screen so that people can see what I'm looking at. Let me just do that. So share screen and Knuckles Up. That's the one. Then I bring it up on the screen here for everyone to see. All right, there we go. So yes, Prem Stream is where things are going to be kicking off. So they're going to be running their pay-per-view event this evening, but you can head over there, and if you, what is the code that Paul gave me? I believe it's Paul Italia. If you use that code, you will get 10% off. I'm going to double check that because he did send that to me a second ago. Let me see here. I don't want to give out the wrong code. Yeah, it is Paul Italia. So Italia for the surname there, but I'm sure that everyone's already bought their Knuckles Up pay-per-view event, and they're anxiously waiting for things to kick off, as I am as well. So we've also got... this is Knuckles Up 3. What am I doing? Oh, you can watch Knuckles... That's because I paid for Knuckles Up 3. Okay. That was Knuckles Up 1. What am I talking about? But Marcio Barbosza is going to be on this card. Yes, but this is the screen that it will be coming up on. Let me bring up the High Fives actual website so that we can show you some of the matches that are taking place there. High Five Arm Wrestling. So I'm always confused with whether they're High Five or Knuckles Up. Like, which is it? I mean, obviously they're the same company, but which one are they going by officially? Is it High Five or is it Knuckles Up? Their website is High Five, but then on all of their promo stuff is Knuckles Up. So I don't know. Is that a different thing? Maybe this is Supermatch, the name for the Supermatch cards or something. Oh, I don't know. All right. I'll share this tab instead. There we go. Here we go. We've got a couple of people jumping in. The Drew, the legendary Drew, is on board for this evening's pay-per-view. And apparently Ryan Bowen is another code that you can use there. There's many codes. There is lots of codes. And it's great of the guys to give those out to arm wrestlers with, the big social media accounts, that they can send that out and try to get people, enticing them to jump on board and purchase the pay-per-view. So what are we looking forward to this evening? Obviously, we've got the main event with Andre Shakovich and Ryan Bowen. James Lee Gillenwater says, Conor McGregor talked about Wichita, Kansas on my channel. Wow, that's very impressive. Oh, okay. That's cool. Was he a guest on your show, or how did? That's a little. Yeah, I don't know where that came from, but well done. Tall Paul says, yeah, that's always confused me too. I'd stick with Knuckles Up. Yeah, I don't know. Well, it says Knuckles Up 4, but then it says at the top of the screen there, high five, the high, or TH5. So I don't know. It is confusing. I might actually just ask them. But yeah, Andrei Shakovich and Ryan Bowen being the main event. And you can see there in the center of the screen, it is Marcio Barbosza. We've got Meta Hetamoris as well, and Jason Malo, Craig Tullier, who'll be taking on James Brick Wall. That's very, very much looking forward to seeing that. That and the main event are the number one matches that I am. Oh, there's two number ones, but whatever. There's my top two matches, and also Mario Tabakis' match as well, and see how he goes against Playman. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting card. And yeah, the good thing, one of the things I really like about Knuckles Up, or High Five, whichever one they are, is that they don't put too many matches on. You know what I mean? Like there is a definite number of matches that is tolerable to keep an audience's attention. And yeah, when you're doing a 7-hour show, it's like, I think people are going to be tuning out after a while, even hardcore fans. But that's where you would sort of see that trend of people skipping watching the first, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours and only watching the guys they want to see right at the end. Which is sort of how the UFC has broken things up with the way that they present their pay-per-views, which I think is very clever. You know, they'll have, normally a card will have 10 fights, and they'll put the first 2 or 3 on for free on YouTube or something, and then in the middle of the card they will put on like a Fight Pass subscriber model. But then to get the pay-per-view, it's the top 5 fights. And so if you just get the pay-per-view, you don't have to see the preliminary matches at all. Top Paul says, Robbie Russell, a fellow East Tennissian, so hoping he manages to pull off the big win. Would love to see Bowen get the big upset too. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen what the betting lines were. Like, is there still that site, Stake Kings? Is that still going for arm wrestling betting? I think that was one of the only ones that was out there. But they weren't doing like normal bets, like it was like you had to buy, they had to sell out their amount or something or another for the actual bet to go through. Yeah, it was a little confusing, but it was a different model. I think it kept the people that were running the site a bit less in danger. Like if, you know, $1 million comes in on Ryan Bowen at the last minute at 10-1 and he wins, it's like, oh, we are out a lot of money. So yeah, if they have it set up the way that they did, which you had to, I don't know how it exactly worked, but it was something like the favorite would have less amount that they would have to have people bet on them, and then the underdog would have to like sell out more amounts. I don't know. It was a little tricky. But yes, we'll see the card kick off soon. I think in 20 minutes time. So we're very excited about that. Very excited for Will and Chris, who do a tremendous job putting together everything with the high five and Knuckles Up. I don't know which one I'm going to go with. Should I go with high five? I don't know. I'm probably going to keep switching between both of them. But I mean, their website's called High Five, but then all the posters say Knuckles Up. Which one is it? So has everyone here bought the pay-per-view, or are they going to be listening along and just trying to see if I paint a good enough picture through my commentary that they can get an idea as to what's happening without having to buy the event? Not that that's an issue. It's just one of those clever things You can hear if the match is a screamer and absolutely awesome war, and you're like, all right, that's it, I'm getting it. That's one of those things that really surprised me about the pushback against having live commentaries. I think it was Engen and possibly somebody else that had an issue and thinking that it would take away from their event, or that people would choose to instead watch, let's say, Ryan Bowen commentating East versus West on his own channel, then watch East versus West, the actual event, which I really don't think is something that would happen. And when you've got an audience like, was it Ryan at 1 million subscribers? No, not 1 million. That's Devon. 100,000, I think Ryan is at. And I would say that there's a lot of those people that are subscribed to him that aren't just pure arm wrestling fans. And so if they click into, it's like, oh, Ryan Bowen's live, and they click in, and it's like, oh, what's he talking about? Oh, there's an event on? Oh, it sounds exciting. Or maybe I'll purchase it. You know, and you've got more people that are potential buyers, potential customers, and you didn't have to do anything for it. Somebody else did all the work for you. But yeah, I don't see the logic behind being against people doing that. Tall Paul says, I usually buy the event and then bounce around showing love to all the live commentaries. Oh, that's nice of you. You should just like load all of them and then just put them on mute and then just unmute the one you want to listen to. But yeah, we really appreciate every time that people jump in, and especially if you write a comment, because it gives me something to read and to talk about and, you know, respond back with, and we have a bit of a conversation, especially, you know, being on the other side of the world. And you know, it's, what is it, 2 a.m. for us over here, and yeah, being able to chat with people from all over the world at once is kind of amazing. Still, I mean, I'm not that old. I'm 42, but you know, when I was a kid, it was never anything that was like that. Even, you know, to think of something like this was kind of laughable. Hello, the Claymore, James Stewart. I'm not getting anything here. Why it not start? He's not good at English, and you're from the. Oh no, you're not from England. Where are you from? Are you from Wales? You're around that region anyway. You're close enough that you shouldn't write why it not start. It has not started yet, the event. The event hasn't started yet. Oh, that's great. I'm listening to this annoying music. Yeah, you've got 17 minutes before it starts, James. Why it not start? Oh, Scotland, of course. Sorry. You probably hate me now. You had the kill on and everything. Yeah. Tall Paul says, we can now settle the conspiracy theory that Matt and Bowen ain't the same person, since Ryan is pulling and Matt is commentating. Oh, but will I be commentating during Ryan's match? That's great. I'll not speak full English despite them. That's great. Well, I understood what you meant, but yeah, you've got a little while. You got 15 minutes before it starts, and that's if you had read the little blurb thing when you purchased it, it said you will not have anything live until they're live for the start of the show. So yes, James. Oh, that's great. I love that. Why it not start? It's oh, you make me laugh. But yes, we've got 15 minutes to go, and then I'm gonna keep laughing about that. That's great. That's so good. Yes. So, is there any other matches apart from the main event that anyone's looking forward to? What about the James Wall and Craig Tullier match? I think that's gonna really answer some questions with no chance. Oh, that's great. Yes, that's good. Looking forward to seeing you on the table again, James. You have to let me know when your next match is. If anyone hasn't seen James Paul, he's 165 kilos of fury, which is what in pounds, like a 380 or something pounds. He is a very, very big man. And he will be featured in the super heavyweights at the elite level very shortly. I can see it. I mean, you're only fairly new into the sport still, so as you get better with technique and tactics and strategies, and having international experience, I think you've got all the tools to go to the absolute elite levels. And he said you'll be at the nationals. All right, how long until the nationals over there? Tor Paul says, it's on my bucket list to go see Scotland and Ireland. It looks amazing on TV. Yes, absolutely. I was lucky enough to get to Ireland earlier this year. Yeah, this year for the Arm Gods event. And it looks exactly how it looks on TV. It's very, very green. Lots and lots of grass everywhere. And it looks like it's about to rain at all times. And it rained a little bit when we were there, but not too bad. But yes, it doesn't look like the skies would ever clear. And the Drew's doing his good work there. He's putting a link there for the discount code if anyone wants to purchase the pay-per-view, which starts in 13 minutes. I'm not sure of the order of the matches. On Knuckles Up website, it doesn't seem to have, like, they've got the big poster there, but then I was just trying to find like a list of the matchups, and I had to go to a different site. So yeah, I think that would be something that I would like them to have put in, where you can actually see, who's going against who, because you've just got the poster at the moment. Like, that's what I'm seeing. And then it's like, okay, well, if I don't know who's who, like, I'm just seeing a whole bunch of guys on the table, on the poster. It's like, who is anybody? Who's going against who? Is Matarangi going against this gentleman here? I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but yeah, I just would have liked to have seen the actual matchup. It's like listed, but yeah, luckily we sort of know most of them, but yeah, it would have been nice to have the list. I think there was another site, Golden Arm or Gold's Arm or something, and it has, usually for most of the events out there, they'll have like all the matchups listed. I just might have a quick look for that, because it might help me a little bit to see what matches are on the card. I know the women's match was unfortunately cancelled, and we know all about the blowback and the issues, controversies, and discussions that caused over the last week or two, especially so close to the event. Where is it? Gold's Arm, Knuckles Up. Oh, you're confusing me. Knuckles Up, and High Five. Knuckles Up Arm Wrestling. Gold's Arm. Yeah, Gold's Arm. They haven't got number 4. They've only got Knuckles Up 3. God damn it. Knuckles Up 4. Oh, here it is. I found it. All right, let's share that one. Put that on the screen. And there we go. All right, cool. Oh, they've got a link for you as well if you need that. So yeah, goldsarm.com. Okay, here we go. So best of 5. So yes, they are first 3. I think all of them. Yes, it looks like all of them. Oh, they've put this one in. They've graded out due to circumstances out of our control. The match between Ursula and Ayanya has been cancelled. Yes, unfortunately. Okay, so we've got Mario Tabakis and Plumman. So that may, if this is the order, that'd be great to see Mario come out first. Actually, it might make it a little bit bigger for you guys, because it looks a little small from. That's too far. Yeah, it's a little bit better, I think. You might be able to see what I'm looking at now. And the Drew... let me catch up on the comments quickly here. Oh, you're going against Ryan Espy, James Stewart, in March. Wow. Is that over in Canada, or is he coming to you? That'll be amazing. Oh, okay. Oh, November 30th is the Nationals. Right, yeah. Not too far away. I think you'll be crushing the competition over there. And Tall Paul says, we don't see many tanned Irish fellas. Yeah, well, that's my heritage as well, is Irish, as you can see. Even though I live in Australia, I'm still very, very pale. And I have literally been sunburnt when it was raining once. Not exaggerating. It was like overcast and there was a little bit of rain, but I still got sunburnt. I go outside and it's like, if it's sunny, I get about maybe 4 minutes and I'm like, I got to get out of the sun. It's like I can feel I'm starting to burn. I've got to find shade. Yeah, or hey, have you got any sun cream? No. All right, well, I need to get out of wherever we are because I'm going to get burnt. They're like, nah, you'll be right. I'm like, no, I will. Because it does look like it rains all the time. Yeah, no sun. But I guess that's part of the charm. Gold's Army, you had it there for me, Drew. Thank you for that. It's a free arm wrestling fan-made site to check on everything. All right, and it has most arm wrestling stats listed too. Yeah, I've used it a few times. It's very handy. It reminds me of Sherdog, which is a I'm not sure if it's still around, but for MMA, they kept track of pretty much every promotion going around, and people could see, like if you fought in Russia somewhere, they would have it on Sherdog, and you could click on a fighter's name and you could see all of his previous opponents, and yeah, it's very, very well structured. So it'd be great to have something very similar to that. And I guess Gold's Arm is probably the closest to it, but there's still a lot missing from the times I have used it. It's like, if they had, say, the match order, not everything's there. But as you said, I mean, it's fan made and fan run, which is incredible. These guys do a fantastic job, and I appreciate having it there so much, because without that, I literally would be guessing at what order the matches are coming up and what the matches are, the ones that I don't know off of the poster. So well done to Gold's Arm. But yes, Mario Timbarkas and Plumman, that'll be an exciting match, because Mario Timbarkas, having beaten Jason Malo at his most recent appearance at Knuckles Up, and looking very dominant, apart from the 5 elbow fouls he did in a row, which I couldn't believe. I was watching it live, and I was like, Mario, stop bloody elbow fouling, especially because Jason cottoned on to what was going on. And, Mario was starting with his elbow so far on the edge of the pad. And so Jason switched from going like traditional sort of backwards diagonal direction to just upwards pressure, which, lifted Mario's elbow off of the pad. And he was able to get him to elbow foul 5 times in a row, which was, absolutely amazing. What format is the match? It's best of 5, Mongolian Arm Wrestling Federation. Yes, best of 5. So first to 3. I always prefer to say first to the number, because it's less confusing for people. And Phil Woody. Hello to Phil Woody. How are you, my friend? Good to see you in here. Always good to see you. And James Stewart says hi as well. Isn't Woody the fella from You Story? Oh, I think you meant to write Toy Story. What is that meme that it's like your mum's favorite toys is Buzz and Woody? The usual suspects in the house. Yeah, that's it. Absolutely. What's up, lads? Hope you're all having a fab weekend, says Phil Woody. Oh, there we go. Jarek Hoban is here as well. That website lists the Ayanya match. Yeah, and says due to circumstances out of our control, it is cancelled. I just read that one out a second ago. I saw that. That was funny. So here we've got it on the screen here, and right at the bottom, you can see there. You might not be able to read that. If I zoom in further, I think it goes a bit warped. See how that looks. Oh no, there you go. Yeah, you can see that due to circumstances out of our control, the match between Ursula and Ayanya has been cancelled. Oh, Lucky's in here as well. Hello to Lucky. How are you? We're not far away from the event starting. 5 minutes for Knuckles Up 4. And we're just having a look at the card here. So yeah, Marcio Barbosza taking on Jordan Tsonev. And great to see Marcio come back. I know that all of his family and everyone is always in the crowd whenever he arm wrestles, and he brings along sort of a big troop of supporters, and so good to see that. And what an absolute legend of the sport. If you've watched anything to do with WAL, you would see lots of Marcio Barbosza there. And yes, he is an absolute legend of arm wrestling. And Mongolian Arm Wrestling asks, what happened with Marcio? Injury or just natural decline? I believe he was injured for a little while. He's getting a bit older now, which is kind of funny to say, because in arm wrestling it seems that people get stronger and better as they get older, which is just ridiculous. But I think he was injured for a little while. But yeah, I'm not sure if he got more involved in the running of tournaments and that sort of thing for a bit rather than competing, but he is back, and he will be back tonight. And Jordan Tsonev is going to be his opponent. Phil Woody says, when I woke up this morning, Matt was live with the 98%. Now live again. I can't escape this smooth geezer. I'm trying. Oh, jumped on that one this morning. It's the opposite times though. I mean, this is like 2 a.m., 2:27 a.m. for us here. So yeah, it's and when I was on the 98 earlier today, it was the afternoon. So it was probably perfectly timed with your sleeping pattern there. Matt, there is a basic chat in the stream. You checked it out yet? Basic chat. I posted a link in there for this live stream to join us here too. Ooh, not exactly sure what you mean there, mate. There is a basic chat in the stream. You checked it out yet? I've posted a link in there for this live stream to join us here too. Oh, okay. If there's a basic chat for Knuckles Up on their website or something, is that what you mean? And okay, all right. I'm not sure, but I guess we'll find out. That's okay. We're not far away from starting. We're 2 minutes to go. Let me get the screen up here and make sure that I'm all locked and loaded. Share this one instead. All right. Remember last time I did this, and there was I was waiting for this screen, and I didn't realize it was underneath or something was the actual event. I was like, oh, they're running late. They're running 10 minutes late. And I was like, oh no, I didn't scroll down. But what have we got right now? I think this is just on a loop. Yeah, it's live. Okay, great. There we go. Live arm wrestling. This must be their pre-show promo. I'll leave it there. It's just heavy metal music playing. But yes, if you're looking to get it, it is Prem Stream. I will be turning the stream off. I can't play the stream on here. I wouldn't do that to the Knuckles Up guys. But yes, apart from that, it's also copyright. But I will definitely be watching, and you can watch as well if you go over to High Five Arm Wrestling. If you type High Five, what is their website? It is thehighfiveaw.com. can follow the links there. It will take you through to premstream.com, and you will be able to get the event going. And you can type in Ryan Bowen as your code, or Paul Italia as your code. Either one of those will give you, I think it's 10% off. It brings it down to $14.99 US. Who's the Engen Terzi of Knuckles Up? Well, I believe that Knuckles Up is run by Will and Chris. Both lovely guys that do a tremendous job and really do their absolute best to cater to the actual athlete. And they have a hairdresser, a hairdresser that gives everyone a haircut like the day before the event. It's crazy. Is there a delay with the stream? Well, it should have just about started right now, I think, in this last minute. So I might refresh my screen here and I'll get it going. Because we'll see if that changes anything. But, I mean, there may be a delay. Sometimes there is. It does say live up here. Okay, so I'm just getting this repeating. I'll make sure it's not underneath here, which I've done before, and I was waiting for 10 minutes or something, and I didn't realize the link was beneath what I was watching. Yeah, so I think this is just looping at the moment, but it does say live up here on the top corner, so they must have a very slight delay. It's only been 1 minute, I think. 2:30 was the time that they were supposed to start for us, and it's 2:31, so we'll give them a little bit of leeway there, a little bit of time. I'm sure that they'll kick things off very, very shortly. Let's get ready to rumble, says Tall Paul. Absolutely, that is trademarked by Bruce Buffer, by the way. No one else in the world, Bruce Buffer, Michael Buffer, no one else in the world can say that without having to give him, what is it, royalties. And Bruce Buffer has trademarked "It's Time," so no other ring announcers can say "It's time" or "Let's get ready to rumble" without having to pay and get permission from Michael and Bruce Buffer. Murgoch says, Matt, when are we going to see your Rickid at one of these promotions? Not too long away. You'll see. I can't tell you. But you'll see him at several places shortly. And yeah, it'll be a few things going on for Rickard. But yes, he's an exciting young man to watch. And the good thing is we were able to secure him these appearances, should we say. Mr. Peanut says, unlike Engen, Will and Chris have never threatened to cut someone's ears off. I haven't heard that one before. Where was that from? Did he really do that? I'm going to refresh my thing here again, just in case. You know how live stream, sometimes it's like if it's in the loop, that's what you're playing and you need to refresh or whatever. Let's do the live thing up there. Nothing there. It's okay. It must be running a little behind, which is all good. It's only been 4 minutes. So, wait and see if we get this going. Live show. Show live chat. Oh, that must be what the Drew was talking about there. Yes, says Mr. Peanut. Well, I haven't heard it before, so where did that happen? That's the first time I've heard of it. That's a match I can't wait to see. James Wall, Craig Tullier. There's the Aussie arm wrestler Jake Ward. Is that Don Underwood? And it looks like Will on the right hand side there as well. The stream has started, but background music's still going on. Oh yeah, you're right. That is the stream. It's not the loop anymore. You're right as well about the music. Yeah, they haven't switched over to the microphone yet. They are still on the loop of music. I hope they get that sorted. Let me refresh it just in case it's on my end. All right. Nope. So if you can hear this, that's what we're getting audio-wise. So they need to switch over from. Yes, the stream I won't be playing it for much longer. I just we'll see the introduction a little bit, and I'll turn it off in a sec, guys. So if you do want to watch it, you will need to purchase the pay-per-view, which you can at hi5aw.com. But yes, exciting times. You can see all the guys getting lined up there. But yes, they are having some issues with their sound because they're just playing the background music over and over. They haven't switched to the in. Oh, no, it's disappeared completely. What do we got now? We got audio has changed a little bit. But no, they're still playing the audio. They're still playing the loop. They're still playing the loop music. I hope they realise that no one can hear what they're saying. Oh, the RHCP. Hello, you. Hello, handsome Hollywood. Wow, you're a blue boy. You will succeed in finding another loss. Oh, yes, you're his biggest fan. I always forget that. The treasure hunt continues. Keep searching out the losses behind. That's fantastic. Oh, can we hear them now? Let me put that sound up. Yeah, okay, I think they've got it sorted. So,
and his opponent in this incredible lineup all the way from Australia, Ryan Bowen.
Lined on for the last little 30 seconds before I turn it off. Him and Shakovich right next to each other. That is
the number 2 under 198-pound puller in the USA from Tennessee, Robbie Russell.
Robbie Russell, we'll just have a look at him. There he is. Look, he's the only one that gets like a cool walkout.
And he will be facing the first of our Bulgarian athletes, multiple-time world champion, Svetlan Gashevski.
Svetlan coming out to AC/DC.
Another world champion and an incredible Bulgarian puller, Plamen Dimitrov.
And there we go, that's Marcio Barbosza's opponent, Plamen. I'll leave it up while we see all the athletes here. No, I won't be
from Australia.
I won't be playing the stream. I'll be turning it off in a sec. But you can see it if you go to the Hi5 AW.
And for our main event tonight, we have
Audio
two incredible athletes. Starting off from Bulgaria, the one and only Jordan. Phenom Marcio
Barbosza coming out on the stage. He's coming out to the Rocky song. What is it? There's No Easy Way Out.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Rocky 3, Mr. T in the scene when Rocky had lost and he was driving his car through the helmet of the statue. That's that song. Yeah, absolutely. I agree, Tall Paul. You gotta be real careful with it.
Let's rock and roll. Get off the stage. Get off there.
All right, so things are about to kick off, guys. I'm gonna turn that one off there. All right, so That's what we're going to see tonight. If you are watching the stream, you can head over to the high5aw.com. And I just have to turn that down because Jake is yelling in my ears now because I've changed to the headphones instead. And all I can hear is James going, Jake. Yeah. All right. But yes, it's going to be an amazing event. James Lee Gillen Water. Always good when you put your full entire name on there. James Lee Gillen Water. All right, they're all lined up. Let's see a few line dance steps for them. Or kicks. That would be great. Let's go. Cookie Damage says that I am from Russia and I can't pay for this pay-per-view. That's unfortunate, my friend, but I cannot play the pay-per-view on here as it is a pay-per-view. And yes, I would not do that to the guys, Will and Chris, because they have put together a fantastic event. And the last thing I want to do is undercut them and put their pay-per-view event out for free, which would be a slap in the face to them as promoters, being a promoter myself. So yeah, not only that, but there is also the copyright issues as well. So, but Savage Arm Wrestling says Jason for the win. All right, so let's have a look here. So Jason Malo is the first match out, and he's walking out to the table at the moment. He's a local of this area, so everyone's behind him. The whole crowd's going crazy, getting lots of high fives and fist bumps on his way to the table, looking through the sparkles of flame, and makes his way over to the table. Fist bumps the referee, who's looking very, very serious, and reluctantly gave him a fist bump back. All right, and Ju Mink Sun is his opponent for this first event. Jason looking comfortable. He's walking very much in the face of Ju Min as they put chalk on their hands. And Ju Min is already at the table, and he's waiting on Jason to get there. Jason very confidently striding around the stage and hasn't made his way to the table yet. We've got a guessing game going on with the referee as to which hand I'm holding a coin in, and Jason Malo picked the correct hand, so you get to choose the side that they start on. So he's chosen not to go with the buckle side, but the guys are gripping up now. So I wonder if it's Judy from Poland as the referee. But we've got the referee is setting their shoulders at the moment, and probably needs to come a little bit more to the center. We've got to go, and it's a slip. So Jun Suk Min has gone straight in for a flop press, and it's just come. Jason Malo's top roll's just gone straight over the top. It was a very quick, easy slip between the two of them, and definitely no big efforts lost on that. Neither of the guys would have used any energy lining that up. Okay, they've returned to the table. They should have. It's a slip. Why are you walking away from the table? That's always my point. That's why when I referee match, like, where are you going? Come back. It's a slip. It's not a rest. All right, they're applying the strap at the moment. Hard to see what's going on with the strap setup because the referee is completely blocking it for me at the moment. A slip, no way, says RHCP. That's right. Imagine that. Imagine a slip. Savage says, I think the Craig match should have been the first match. I think the intensity would have clearly kicked off the event. Yeah. I mean, Jason is the hometown hero, so maybe that is the reason that they wanted to sort of get the crowd involved and go for somebody that's local to them. So they are still applying the strap currently. And Ju both looking to go very high in their grip. The referee is talking to them, and they haven't been set properly at this point. I'm not sure if they're in a negotiated grip, and they're probably going to get down to a referee's grip. Okay, it looks like we're about to start a referee's grip, but referee is warning Ju about something. Okay, she's saying they need to center up. Both guys very high. Wrist looks pretty good when you're about to get a start. A top roll hit from Jason Malo. He's driven straight through Ju for that. Straight through him to the pad. Yes, very powerful, very, very secure effort from Jason Malo there. Instantly took the wrist position and drove straight through to the pad. 1-0 for Jason Malo over Ju Minkyu. Marcus Thompson is in the house. Hello to you, Marcus Thompson. The man of mystery, the mystery man, Batman. You will never see Marcus Thompson and Batman in the same room at the same time, I guarantee it. It's always great to see everyone in here. Spermies is in here as well. Hello to you, sir. I did miss you, I think, earlier. A slip, that makes me laugh. I like that. All right, they're in their break at the moment. Oh, Lord of mercy. That going to be a big bill on the visa, I bet. Oh, the wife is shopping, yes, for Marcus. Spermy. Slancha? Spermy's Ice Creamer, always great to see you in here. Mr. Peanut, I always liked driving my own limousines. Interesting to see how when people treat the help when they don't know. Yeah, absolutely. It's the same with my properties that I own. I go in and I never tell them I'm the owner. I say if they ask anything about, I'll speak to the owner and I'll see what they say. You know, I'm the property manager in their eyes, but really I own the property. All right, so we're about to get started for outside of straps. So Jason is up 1-0, but geez, he looked dominant for that first round. So the outside of straps, shoulders being set by the referee. I think the Jew is definitely going to be flop pressing again. He's probably looking to slip. I think both of them will be. We're about to get the start. Wrists are being flattened. Go. Yeah, it's a flop press, and he's caught Jason's fingers. A little bit of work put on both of them there, but they have ended up slipping. So it was pretty much an identical way of slipping from the first round, where Ju went with a flop press and Jason's top roll, but they blew apart in that first round. This time, Ju sort of had he used his fingers and clamped down on Jason, even though he was sort of half out and it was always going to end up in a slip. He held him in that position and made him work for it. So he's trying to tire out Jason a little bit. You can see that here's his game plan there. Strap is being applied. Marcus Thompson says, I have plenty of interest applied to it with the credit card. IFA ref, yes. Does that mean bans? Anything could mean bans. Anything. I hear that, Marcus. Drew says, easy peasy, yeah. All right, so they have the strap applied. Jason Malo is up 1-0. It's the very first match of the event. Both guys looking to go high again, but it did look like Ju in that first round was trying to get inside to go for a hook, but he just got ripped through to the pin pad with not too much resistance. Once Jason locked in that cut position, he just drove straight through it. And Ju pushing forwards to get that cut position, he ended up underneath and just wiped out. So he's come a lot closer in this setup, looking like he's going to press. I think he's going to try a flop press instead here for Ju. He's changed his stance. His shoulder is in very close. He's definitely going to be pressing. They're about to start. Jason looks like he's going to top roll no matter what. We're about to get the start. He's gone in. He has flop pressed. He's in a flop press position. Jason's driven through him, and he's got an elbow foul. Jason, one elbow foul off the back of the pad as he was about to pin Ju. He's about 2 inches away from the pad. So Ju is relying on that flop press as Jerry Caderet style, but he doesn't have the power behind him to stop the strength of Jason's top roll. Unfortunately, Jason's elbow coming off the back of the pad, right at the 2 inches to go line. But at least you can see that Ju is trying something different, and he must have felt something in that setup, because throughout 90% of that setup, he was setting up like he was going to top roll. And then right in that last little bit, he's moved his shoulder forward and moved into a press position. So if he was looking for the element of surprise, it kind of didn't work because he sat in that position, and then the referee moved his shoulder a couple of times, and he wasn't able to keep that element of surprise go, but at least he stuck with it. But yes, Jason Malo on 1 foul currently. It looks like they get 3 fouls for this, the way that they've set up this one here. The Vampire Marcus. Hey, Hollywood, says Spermy's Ass is Creamy. I'm Batman, says Marcus. I'm way behind in the comments here. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to watch and comment on both things at the same time. Come on, the slip-in is just a chance for a handful of boobies, says Spermy's Ass is Creamy. Very clever. What if you had the other guy there? All right, we're about to get a start here. They're in the strap. Jason is up 1-0. He has 1 foul. There's 3 foul system. Ju is sliding between pressing and top rolling. He's moving back and forth between the positions. I think he's trying to put the element of doubt in Jason's mind as to which technique he's going for. But from where I can see, I think he's going to be pressing again. He's tucked his elbow really deep inside his body. They need to get more centered. His shoulder is as close as he goes. He's just moved his shoulder. They're about to get a start. He's gone for that press, but his elbow came off the front of the pad. So it's 1 foul each. He has definitely abandoned the top roll game, and he's going all in on his press. That time he didn't flop his wrist, but his elbow came off the front of the pad. So Jason Malo up 1-0 in this very first matchup here at Knuckles up 4 in New York. Ju Minkyu is his opponent. And so 1-0 Jason Malo from New York, or is he from New Jersey? He's from around that area anyway. He's the hometown hero. And he is up 1-0 at this point. Marcus had to go. Good to see you pop in. Thank you, Marcus. Tall Paul says, they're applying the strap. So Tall Paul says, I watched a mafia documentary yesterday. One of the leaders for Japan mob had a last Tanaka, or Takanaka. I wonder if the lady puller that was supposed to pull in this event is kin to him. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know the answer, Paul. I'm hoping that you weren't expecting me to know that. All right. The Drew says it's not fair for Drew, it seems, for the first match here. Well, he is bringing his shoulder forwards after the referees tell him not to. So if they are picking on him a little bit, but he is doing the wrong thing, and that is a fair comment. Last name I meant, says Tall Paul. Yes, I get it, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. McFarbo, good to see you in here, and too busy to watch the pay-per-view. Well, that's all right. You can have a listen. I'll hopefully paint the picture of what's happening well enough for you that when you watch it later, or at least you have a good idea as to what's going on. So they're about to get started again. They're in the strap. Referee straightens their shoulders. I think Drew is going back to his top roll. He hasn't got his shoulder in for that press. He's in definitely a different stance this time. Jason looks like he's going to top roll. His shoulders come forwards massively. Ju's shoulder went way, 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 way forwards on the start. Second foul he got. Even though he came forwards, he still flop pressed and Jason drove him into the pad. I would have liked to have seen a running foul pin called there. That would have been much better than him getting a restart for doing the wrong thing. But they were about to say start, and Ju brought his shoulder from way back in the top roll position. He's brought it right forwards into that press just as they were about to say start, and the referees correctly picked him up on that. Unfortunately, they'd started the round and Jason had already pinned him, so I think it should have been given as a pin. But we're about to see another restart, this time closing the hands. Shoulders moved in again. That's another foul for Ju. He is moving that shoulder in. That's 3 fouls for Ju at Minkyu, and that is a loss. He is a loss of that round. So he is down 2-0. He's bringing his shoulder in at the last second. So the referee is setting his shoulder, and just when they're about to start, he brings that shoulder in, and he's done that twice in a row now. I think he's trying to set up as a distraction for Jason to make him think that he's going to top roll and then to dive into a press. But he's getting the timing wrong and he's doing it too early, and that is getting him a foul from the referees. Mr. Peanut says, excellent play-by-play commentary. This, where a searchable database would help elevate presentation to connect with non-arm wrestlers. Play-by-play searchable. Yeah, well, it's like when I first started watching poker, and I had no idea like what all the terms were. I was very fascinated, and I think it was all the technicality that I didn't realize was involved in it. The same as probably somebody when they're watching arm wrestling for the first time. But they did have little like pop-ups, that would come up when they would be saying a certain thing, and it would sort of explain what they meant by a suited connector or pocket pairs or whatever. I would say, pocket pairs is when you're dealt 2 of the same card on the deal, on the initial deal, whatever. But it sort of gave you a little understanding as to if you're not an arm wrestler, or if you're not a poker what is it called, guru, then it helped you to understand what they were talking about. So they're in between rounds still at this point in time. I'm not sure how long they're giving them, but it seems like it's a little bit longer than usual. You would think it should just be 1 minute. That's usually the standard amount of time, although I have heard of promotions doing 90 seconds. But I reckon it's been about 2 minutes at this point, and I hope they speed it up a bit because there is lots of matches to go, and if we have some wars and some 3-2s, it's really going to extend the time of the event out unnecessarily, I believe. All right, they have come to the table now. They're outside of straps. We're probably going to see a slip. I don't think they should even bother. They should just say, look, you keep bloody slipping. There's no point wasting everyone's time. Let's just get you in the strap. But no, they're not going to do that. They're going to waste everyone's time, and they're going to pretend that they're going to try to hold on. And they're both just going to slip. But, all right, we're about to see the slip. Setting the shoulders. All right, hands are being closed. Shoulders are dead still. I think we're going to see that slip. Don't pretend like you guys are trying. All right, he's gone in for a flop press, the same as the other couple of rounds, and Jason has, amazingly, he slipped. Unbelievable. Added to the 10 best slips of all time. Why don't you just start them in straps? Let's just say, look, guys, you're going to slip. You are going to slip. I'm bloody strapping you together. You're not wasting my time. What is the score, says Lees? It is the first match for the event and it's Jason Malo against Ju Mink-young, and it is 2-0 for Jason Malo. He is up at the moment. They're about to start the third round, and they've slipped so far, and now the strap is being applied. Jason Malo is currently pulling Lees. That is the match that he's on at the moment. He is up 2-0, and they're about to start the third round. The strap has been applied. They're going to go to the referee's grip, not negotiated, and the strap is set. Judy from Poland is the referee, doing a great job in this match, centering the athlete's hands. All right. Jude is still bringing that shoulder in. Judy's very aware of it. He's actually bumping into her with his shoulder. She's going to get their hands set first, and then he's going to address his shoulder, I believe. You can see the shoulder going in. Didn't make any difference. He did bring it in early, but he's gone in for a flop press, and Jason has hit his top roll. He's about 2 inches away from the pad, but he can't finish. He's come back to the center, and he's gone to drive again. The match has been stopped by Judy from Poland, the referee, for an elbow foul off the back from Ju Mink-young. So it's one foul on Ju Mink-young, but he did have an incredible stop there with his flop press about 2 inches away from the pad. Jason had to return back to the center to re-hit. He was about to surge again, and that's when we got the match stopped from Judy from Poland, the referee there. So we've got one foul on Ju Mink-young. He is down 2-0. They are in the third round. No fouls for Jason in this round. Mr. Peanut says, a poker aficionado person's usually fervently pursued interest. I think they were just trying to put as many long, complicated words together in one sentence. Fervently. Who says fervently? All right, the strap is being applied. Again, that's another thing that confuses me. Why did they walk away and go get a drink and put chalk on? It's a foul. It's a foul. It's not a break between rounds. I don't understand that. Why is that not policed more heavily? Like, no, where are you going? Come back. It's a foul. Like, you've done the wrong thing. You haven't followed the instructions. You don't get to go and chill out in your seat and have a drink and talk to your coach and put some chalk on your hand and walk around the stage and get back on the table. What are you doing? Neil's index finger, Brian Parliament. Always good to see you in here, sir. How are you? Jason is looking good. He is looking very dominant. This match is going a little slow in terms of the setup times and in between rounds. I think I'd like to see them speed up things a bit. It's only 2-0 and it's been going for 33 minutes. All right, we're about to get the start. He's going in for that press again, but we have an elbow foul on Ju Mink-young. Second elbow foul for Ju. Diving in for that flop press again, and Jason Malo's top roll. I mean, it looks like Ju's plan here is to get in that flop press position and then just hope that he can not get pinned by Jason's multiple surges, and then I guess hope that Jason gets tired out, but doesn't seem to be working for him at all. It looks like Jason has the strength to go through him, and he will get to the pad. The only thing stopping Malo from winning this match is the fact that Ju keeps fouling. Why don't they have running fouls? All right, we're about to get the start here again. Shoulders are set. And Ju has been bringing that shoulder in early again. We'll see if he does that this time. He didn't that time, but Jason Malo just drove straight sideways, gets the pin. He is the winner, 3-0 for the first match here at Knuckles Up 4 in New York. Well, there you go. 3-0 for Jason Malo. Way too much, says Neil's index finger. Absolutely. Maxim Semenov says, did Jason win? He did. Absolutely. He won about 20 seconds ago with a 3-0 dominant victory. Everywhere on the table, he looked way too strong. And the only reason it sort of got dragged out a bit was the amount of fouls that were committed. And then the amount of time that the athletes were able to sort of wander away from the table in between fouls and slips. And it's like, well, they need to police that a bit better, I think. They need to say to the athletes that if it's a foul or if it's a slip, stay at the table and get strapped together, or like we're about to start the match again. It just frustrates me a little bit to see both guys just disappear. It's like, you fouled. Like, why are you now going to get a reward for that? The reward of, if you're gassed out, you just foul and you're like, I need another minute. Like, I don't know. It's just frustrating. It's one of those things. I guess it's in their rules, but yeah. Tall Paul says, Jew should have flipped instead of flopped. He did on one of the rounds. The only round that he did keep his wrist intact. Unfortunately, he came off the front of the pad with his elbow. So Jason's very happy. He gives a lovely award. A lovely post-match speech. He's very happy. Always great to win in front of your home crowd. Jake Ward, the Aussie arm wrestler, is back in. Maxim Semenov, Jason Wynn. We did answer that earlier. He has won. He has won the match 3-0. Maybe you're looking for someone to write it in the comments for you there. But Jason did win 3-0 in the first match. All right, so the next match looks like it's going to be James Wall against Craig Tullier. This is the one that I've really been looking forward to. It's going to answer a lot of questions about James Wall for me here. James Wall is walking out to the table at the moment. He looks very, very pumped up. He's cheering. He's pumping himself up. He looks ready to go. And he knows this is a huge opportunity for him here against an absolute veteran and an absolute warrior like Craig Tullier. He's coming all the way over from the UK, all the way to New York. And we're about to get Craig Tullier out to the table. Craig Tullier. He's about to walk out. I don't hear a lot from Craig Tullier outside of just seeing his performances on the table. I don't think that he's one of those guys that loves to jump on social media or do interviews or anything like that. He's just all about the arm wrestling, and he's almost storming to the stage and looks very, very fired up, very angry in a way. When somebody has that walk like they're about to go and fight someone, that's how Craig Tullier is looking at the moment. Mr. Peanut says, arm wrestling has been very, very good to me, and has been for me as well. Even just the fact that I get the opportunity to be in here and watch this event with all you wonderful people is absolutely incredible. And I'd much rather be watching this with you guys than watching this by myself. All right, we're about to get the start. I'm really excited about this. This is going to be really, really awesome. Neil's index figure, Brian Parliament, says, Craig might be too much. We'll wait and see. All right. They are at a very far distance camera shot here, and they're gripping up, but I really need them to come close with the camera because they are so far away. I can't really see what's happening. They're like at the back of the room shot. I can see the entire stage, and the guys are like this big. Please change the camera angle. Oh, we're getting the cameras up on the screen now for some reason. Okay, they've gone to referee's grip. Whoa. The menu for the cameras has appeared on the screen. I don't know why. Maybe they're having some problems with their camera system, but they're not changing the camera angle. We're seeing it's going, the screen is flashing on and off a little bit. We can still see the table, but it's a long way away. This is going to be tricky for me to call it. All I can see is like half of James's hand. All right, the hand's been closed. All right, they've gone into a hook. James has caught the hook. James is driven for, but Craig has caught his hook. They're in an absolute hook war here. Craig is containing James's hook, but James is hitting with everything he's got. Craig is holding, but he's going to get pinned here. He is half an inch away. He did end up getting pinned. So James Wall with a hook pin for the first round. What an absolute war for that first round. There was about 30 hits from James Wall to be able to get through Craig Tullier's bicep. He was holding on for dear life. 2 inches from the pad, and then 1 inch, and then half an inch. James using everything he had to get through. We'll see if he didn't burn out everything he had in that first round. But both men used a lot of force. I can imagine the force that was coming through that table. But Craig Tullier winning the center and driving through with a very strong hook. But James was able to catch that hook and bring it back on his side in that same position. Craig was able to catch his hook and he held it there, but he wasn't able to drive again. There was unrelenting pressure coming from James Wall. So he was able to drive through and keep that pressure on, and it didn't give any opportunity for Craig Tullier to surge out of that position. But yeah, what an absolute battle. It was absolutely amazing. That's the sort of match that I was hoping to see. They are having the technical issue with their camera system. They're still stuck on this really far away camera. I'm not sure what they're going to do with their system. They might have to restart something. I'm seeing a black screen popping up every now and then disappearing, and the controls for the actual cameras are on the screen. So they've got some issue going on, but we can still see the table, and thankfully we get to see this amazing match take place. But they've approached the table again now. Luca says, how bad did Bowen get beat? He hasn't pulled yet. It's probably in a couple of hours, but we'll see how it goes. At the moment, we're watching James Wall and Craig Tullier, and James Wall is up 1-0. They're getting set up outside of straps by the referee right now. Okay, he is closing their hands, closing Craig's hand. They've both gone inside, and we've got an elbow foul restart. Elbow foul off the side of the pad, I believe, for Craig Tullier. Yeah, sorry. Let me just... I'm trying to read the comments at the same time as watching this thing. We've got one foul. I'll talk to you in a sec, USS Liberty. Apologize for that. Did Jason win, says Maxim? No. All right, we're getting the hands closed. They're both going to go in for that hook. They're caught in the center. Both men in the center. Craig has driven hard, but it's only about an inch away. But he's driven with a very fast lightning surge, which has gotten through James Wall. So it's 1-1 at the moment. Wow, he timed that to perfection. James Wall was holding on in a bicep hold position, only about 2 inches from the center. They were both locked into that deep hook position. And I think it was just must have been when James took a breath is when Craig surged, but he was able to surge right through. James was shaking his head prior to that, saying, no, I've got this. I'm very comfortable in this position. But he must have just been caught in that second when, you release the pressure through either breathing out or, you just go to regrip a little bit. And Craig was able to drive through in that moment and get the pin. So 1-1 for this matchup, the second matchup on the Knuckles Up card. The first one was Jason Malo and Ju Minkyu, which Jason Malo won 3-0. Mr. Peanut, this guru got kicked in the nuts. Finn did not see that. USS Liberty said, where is it? Is Paul Maiden able to jump on the show? If he wants to, I would love to have him on here. That'd be amazing. If you want to ask him, I'm not sure what time it is over in the UK, whether it's in the middle of the night though. If he does, I will send him a link. But we're one foul on James Wall. And it is 1-1. Oh, sorry, this shouldn't be one foul. I think they're just starting the round 3 and they haven't reset the foul counters. Yeah, the true. They're not updating the score. Thank you. How come you always say exactly what I say? It's great. All right, they've gone in for a hook here. They're in the center of the table. Neither man able to get through. They've busted on each other. They've got... That sounded terrible. They've gone into a hook war here. They're in the center. Neither guy able to get through. Craig Tullier looked like he was about to go through James's arm and unfortunately got another elbow foul. So, geez, what an absolute war this is. Both men. I mean, this is what you want to see. This is why I was so excited about seeing this match. I knew both men were just so powerful, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Man, I just wish they wouldn't call these fouls, just selfishly. But yeah, these guys are doing an absolute tremendous job and getting locked in. Yeah, they busted on each other. I know. I said it, and I was like, that isn't what I wanted to say. They busted through each other. That's probably not as good either, but they were locked in that center position. And it was sort of like who could get through each other's hook first. We've got the start. Craig's in a dominant hook position, but James is holding with his bicep. I think we're going to see a surge from Craig. James is holding very, very strong. And we've got another elbow foul. So Craig Tullier was about to get the pin. He was about to bust through James Wall there, but his elbow did come off the back. He's not happy about it at all, yelling and carrying on about that with the referee shaking his head. He knew how close he was to getting a victory there. 2 fouls for Craig Tullier in round 3 here. McFarvo says, you love to see 2 hookers going at each other. Oh, yeah, with the strap on, deep in the hook, really deep. Both dropping loads, that's right. I had to approve, did you? That's great. Oh, that's funny. The hookers is on the filter. Craig has to start buzzsawing and keep his elbow on the pad. Yeah, I think he's getting the dominant position, and he's sort of sitting, it's that 3/4 to the pin, and that's where James is comfortable holding with his bicep. And I think that Craig's expecting to wait for a surge, and he's either waiting for a breath, but he's popping off the back of the pad as he does that. We're about to get the start again. It's great. It's never slipped. All right, they're in the hook. We've got an early start, was it? Early start for James Wall. 1 warning. Okay. It's a warning for James Wall for an early start. Right, so they must be running with that system where they've got 2 warnings and then a foul. You've already warned them before the match even starts. They know what the rules are. Why are you warning them again? All right, we're about to get a start again. Hands are being closed right now. I wonder if it gets in the hook. All right. Both men in the hook. They're in the center. Craig's surging, but James has got the dominant spot. He is driving. He's won the center. He's about 2 inches away from the center, and he's pushing downwards now. And he's done a last inch surge, and he's got the pin. Fantastic win for James Wall there in the hook. Was able to get the center. He couldn't keep going sideways, so he went downwards instead. And he was able to get that dominant spot of it was only maybe 1 inch, 2 inches on Craig Tullier in that center. And instead of continuing to try to drive sideways with that traditional hook style, he's literally just changed it to going straight down. And he was able to get through and surge. It was just one of those sort of bouncy surges that just dips you beneath the pin pad. And so a very clever game there for James Wall. He is up 2-1 over Craig Tullier. Big smiles from Mario Tomakis in his corner as he strokes the arm of James Wall. That sounds bad as well. I know that sounds terrible. I had to clarify that it was his arm. It was definitely his arm. Oh man. Neil's index finger says he's just running out of room. He's got to bring the elbow forwards on the pad and then re-hit. Yes, well, in that one there, they both hit really hard in that hook position. They got locked in the center as they have many times throughout this match. But James was the one that was able to get the center, and he turned that 2 inches of center dominance into a pin by going with downwards pressure and a surge, which was able to just dip Craig's hand beneath the pin pad and the pin line. So very, very clever move there. All right, we're about to get the start again. Both hands are being put together. Thumbs are down. Hands are being closed. Craig's hand being closed. They've gone into the hook and straight off the back of the pad, elbow foul for Craig Tullier. It looked like he did it deliberately. I don't know if he's trying to get a bit of a rest or something. They're yelling something at each other for a few seconds there. James with a bit of a wry smile. I think he's realized that Craig is maybe trying to buy some time for recovery, and he drove straight backwards with his elbow to get that break. I think James may have been calling him out on that. All right, we're about to get started again. Wall should win now due to endurance, says the Drew. Well, we'll see. James is up 2-1. There's 1 foul on James and 1 foul on Craig. All right, hands are being closed. It's gone high with the hands. And that's a slip. First slip of the match. It's a strap, definitely? Yes. Okay, great. Yeah, they are going for the strap. James may have almost been pinned with that slip. He went very close to sliding his hand down and under his own pin line as he pulled away. But they are about to start. Well, they're applying the strap at the moment. RHCP says, "Wow, the limey bastard is surprising me." And Neil's index finger says Craig might be gassed now. He does look pretty comfortable at his way that he's standing at the table. James is taking some deep breaths. It doesn't look like Craig is breathing heavy at this point. He's sweating, but he definitely doesn't look happy about something. He's very frustrated. AJ says, "Let's be honest, Craig is washed." Well, he has already won one of the rounds here, and he is still a threat to James. He is down 2-1 at this point, but the way this match is going, he could easily turn the tide and get through here. If he gets through here, we'll go to the silver bullet, and we'll have it is first to 3. So currently, James Wall is up 2-1 over Craig Tullier. And first time we've gone in the strap. Gotta love the hook war. It's always a lot of fun. Straps might change things, says Brian Parliament. I agree. All right. Hand has been closed. James' hand's been closed. No, early start. Early start. I don't know why they're... So James is the one that early started, but they're telling Craig off for something. I think they're just used to telling Craig off. All right, we're getting another setup going here. Shoulders are good. We're about to get the hands closed. Deep breaths from James. Hardly any breaths from Craig. They've gone into the hook. Craig's changed to a top roll. Wow, Craig Tullier has changed the game up here. He has gone for a top roll and he's got it. He has got the pin. It is 2-all. I don't think that James expected that. So well done. Well done to Craig Tullier changing up the game and playing with strategy there. He's going to bring this down to a 2-all. So it's a silver bullet match. Drew says, "Oh, wow, close match." Neil's index finger says, "Yep." And Tall Paul says, "If Craig had a corner man named Day Day..." I should read the comments before I actually say them. If Craig had a cornerman named Day Day, that would be 20% more power, says Tall Paul. Okay. Oh. All right. This is in between rounds at the moment. It's quite funny that the other guys on the card are playing as the cornerman in this. You would think that, on this sort of a level of a card, that the guys would have their own cornerman or a friend or family or somebody that comes with them to. But we've got Mario Tembakis looking after James Wall, and we've got Robbie Russell is looking after Craig Tullier. I mean, obviously, everyone tries to help each other out as much as they can for the arm wrestling world, but it's a little strange that they don't have a specific person that they've brought along with them for the match. Cole Baldwin says, what is the score so far? Jason Malo has had his first match against Ju Minks-Jung, and he won that 3-0. Right now, we are at a silver bullet match with James Wall and Craig Tullier. They are 2-2, and they are about to start the final round. They start looking to start outside of straps. All right, the hands have been closed. Early start again. Early start from James Wall is getting another warning. It's a reference from the movie Friday. I have seen it, but I haven't seen it a lot of times. I know it was definitely one of those cult classics that came out, and there's a lot of rewatchability. Sort of kicked off a whole era of films of that genre. All right, we're about to get a start again. James's hand is closed. Craig's hand's closed. Wow, what a big early start again from James Wall. That was probably one of the worst early starts I've seen. Craig's hand wasn't even closed by the referee yet, and James has gone and hit really hard, bringing a sort of a shocked face from the referee there. James obviously knowing that he needs to get in early, and he's trying to time a perfect hit. All right, it's 2-2. This is the final round. Hands are closed. Early start from Craig Tullier. One warning each, I believe. One warning each. How many warnings do you get before a foul? 17 warnings, and then we'll talk to your mother, and then the next time we'll tell the principal, and if you do it again, we'll consider a detention, and then you might get a foul. James is panicked, said RHCP. He's just talking a lot. He is jittery on the table. I think he's concerned now after feeling that top roll from Craig Tullier in that last round, and he probably wasn't expecting to face the top roll. He may be concerned about having to face it again. Maybe Craig is confident in hitting that. No, they've gone for a start, but James Wall's elbow has come off the front of the pad this time, right at the start. So neither guy sort of putting in much work in before the foul occurred. So James Wall is on 2 fouls. 2 fouls, 1 warning, and a partridge in a pear tree for James Wall. It is 2-2 at the moment. This is the final. This is going to end one way or the other in this moment, because it's either going to be a foul or it's going to be a pin for Craig Tullier. Here we go. Or it's going to be a slip and they will go to the straps. This is the third thing that could have happened, which I didn't say. Wall is pushed to the limit now, says the Drew. Yes, you can see that he has a look of concern on his face here. He was up 2-1, and Craig Tullier was able to use a top roll in that previous round to get through and get the pin to bring it to 2-2. He looks very calm, Craig Tullier, at the table. It's almost the complete opposite of James Wall, who's sort of talking to the referees a lot. He's sort of jittery. He's non-stop talking and moving and wanting this done. And Craig is the statuesque picture of a man just standing there with his arm on the table. And James is almost the opposite. A lot of talking, a lot of movement, but I think he is quite nervous about how this last round is going to play out. All right, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. This will be it. We could see a foul from Craig Tullier. That's the other thing that could happen, but hopefully it will be decided in this moment. The hands are about to get closed. Thumbs are being closed. Hands are being closed. We've got to start. They're going in the hook. James has won the center. Oh, they've stopped it for an elbow foul. That's it. That's how the match is going to end. Oh no. That's a loss for James Wall. A loss on fouls. Ooh, it's an elbow foul for James Wall. He's lost the match to Craig Tullier 3-2 on elbow fouls in the last round. The commentators are asking if there's a replay option because I don't think that they were really happy with. Okay, then maybe an opportunity or maybe a potential opportunity for a replay or a review here. But they are talking to Craig Tullier as the winner, so I don't think that is going to be a possibility. Yeah, it was a bad way to end it. Absolutely. Third foul. Mr. Peanut says, when Zero knew, when I knew. Hang on, I've lost that one. When Zero first knew Craig, he was 143 pounds and just kept getting bigger. One of the few I have seen move up through the weight classes and remain elite. Well, he is definitely an elite arm wrestler, and that was an absolute war. The Drew says, oh no, third foul. It was, yes, that's probably the worst way to win a match and to lose a match, I guess, as well. Well, I don't know, maybe getting blown out the water is worse. Brian Parliament says, not happy in the way the ref's grip is being applied. The webbing needs to be lined up and the thumbs are not supposed to be hooked together. Yeah, I think they're being quite lenient with this. It looks like because they know both guys wanted to go in the hook, they were allowing, a lot more flex in their wrist, and they're sort of allowing both guys to sort of get into a position where they were, I don't know, it wasn't flat like that. It was very much having a cup, but I think he's just decided, look, both guys they're going to go there. So rather than turning them and flattening them out and getting it to a perfect ref's grip and making it more difficult for them, I'm going to allow both of them. Neither of them are going to get an advantage, but I'm going to allow it to start there. I might be wrong, but I'm just saying that could be a potential reason, the way that he's done that. And I've done that before a lot with refereeing, and that's why I actually wrote it into the AWE rules that you get 20 seconds to negotiate your grip. No matter what the grip is, if you guys are happy with it, I always ask, I say, are you happy with this? Yes. Are you happy with this? Yes. Then start. You can start in whatever position you guys like. If you're both happy to start there, I'll start you there. But, if they say that they're happy and they're ready to go, why are you then manipulating and moving them and doing that? It's like, they're both happy to start like that. Like, just start them. All right, we're getting the next match announced here. Who is this? Oh, Matawaringi Hetamoris. The Beast from New Zealand. Lovely guy. Very friendly. The funny thing is he doesn't look like he would be. He's got, that intimidating look. He's got the face tattoo. He's absolutely a massive monster of a guy. And he's so lovely. He's such a nice, friendly person. All right, so I just need his opponent's name. It's the Asian gentleman. Loss on fouls thrilling, says HCP. Yes. And Tall Paul says, hated to see it end like that. Yeah. It's tough to tell from an angle. Yeah. Rough loss, says Jacobin. Yeah. All right, we're about to get a start here. Mataringi's hand is so big that it's covering up his opponent's hand completely. You can't even see what grip he's going for. So they've slipped and the strap is being applied. And if I can just get the name of the opponent there. It's on the back of his shirt, but it's sort of blurred. Shishido? I think it's Shishido. So Mataringi, absolute beast of a man, and his hand is literally covering up Shishido's. You can't even see Shishido's hand at all. It's just like a couple of fingers right at the end. All right. So they've slipped. They're about to go into the... I think they're starting the referee's grip here. Shoulders are being set. Finding the center. Hands are closed already. All right, we're about to get a start. Straighten the wrist. Go. Here we go. Marty's elbow came off the back of the pad, and the referees did pick it up. Yep. One foul for Mataringi Hetamoris. Here at Knuckles Up 4 in New York. The commentators just made a reference to the fact that Mataringi's hand is covering up his opponent's hand, which is what I was saying before. But yeah, Shishido. Great. The Ryan Bowen win. Ryan hasn't pulled yet. They've started here. It's an elbow foul again for Mataringi Hetamoris, I believe, off the side this time. So he's gone off the back. And they actually both fouled in that round. So Mataringi Hetamoris is going to be on 2 fouls in total. And Shishido has 1 foul. They're in the strap. This is the first round. Yes, Ryan Bowen hasn't pulled yet. He will be probably the last match. This is the 3rd match in. All right, we're about to get a start. Mataringi needs to watch his elbows. They're all over the place, and he's coming off the front even in the referee's set. All right, he's gone to the side. It looked like his elbow came off the side, but they haven't called it. He's in a king's move here. He's gone up again. His elbow's right at the back of the pad. I think it's going to get called here. Second elbow foul, but they've called the elbow foul on Shishido. Wow. Surprised me. Mataringi Hetamoris' elbow looked like it was sitting an inch off the back of the pad for maybe 5 seconds there. But yeah, I think they're having difficulty sort of identifying, because his arm is so big, like where his actual point of his elbow is, because it's sort of covered in muscle. But it does look like he's come off the side on the very start for every round. And then when he's dropping into that king's move position, his elbow's coming off the back of the pad. So I hope this match doesn't end like the last one that we saw with ending on fouls. But okay, so they've given... I don't know why they've done that, but they've given 2 fouls to Shishido, and Mataringi Hetamoris is on 1 foul. But he is sort of losing the center. I think it's because his elbow is popping off the side. Some great comments coming out here. All right, we're about to get the start again, but Mataringi really needs to watch his... Okay, he's hit here. He's sort of dropped into like a king's move position again, but he has good pronation this time. His elbow... Oh, Shishido has hit with a big top roll. He's been caught and returned to the center 3 times, 4 times now. Shishido taking a deep breath. His wrist has flopped back. He's throwing everything he has at this one. But unfortunately, his elbow foul again. Wow, 3 elbow fouls for Shishido. That's a loss for that round. So the first round goes to Mataringi Hetamoris. He has up 1-0 over Tokiyuki Shishido, who threw about 15 solid hits at Mataringi Hetamoris there, but was unable to get through, ended up losing his wrist, and he started hitting with a flop press, like a flop wasn't even a press. He was just flopped back and still trying to hit with side pressure, which is what caused the elbow foul. It looked like it touched the pad for a millisecond, says the Drew. But yeah, I agree. I think maybe that first surge was very, very close. I don't think the referees were expecting that, and maybe they didn't catch it with their eyesight, because it was on the complete other side of the table when he surged there, and Mataringi almost let his arm go. So he was in a position where he was about an inch away from the pad, and he's just allowed, when Shishido has hit, he's allowed his arm to sort of fly across to get his sort of king's move position, but it was so close to being pinned. I wouldn't be surprised if they did have a replay there that it did show that there was a pin, but not called by the referees. Unfortunately, we did get 3 fouls on Shishido. So Mataringi Hetamoris is up 1-0. This is the third match? Fourth match? Third match? I think it's third match. Engage RC says, Shark or Blue, who won? They haven't pulled yet. They are only 3 matches in to this event. The Shark and Blue will be the main event, so there's probably still an hour and a half, 2 hours until that happens. But we'll see what happens in that match. But right now, we've got Mataringi Hetamoris, and he is taking on Tokiyuki Shishido. It is the second round. So Mataringi Hetamoris is up 1-0. It is first to 3. So Mataringi is dripping with sweat. Shishido looks like he's setting up for a press. It'd be interesting to see how that plays out. They've gone to the referee's grip instead, and I need to change from cold to hot for my air conditioner. I was wondering why I was getting colder and colder. It is 3:40 a.m. and it's winter. And I was like, why am I getting colder? Where's the mode? Oh, that's the wrong button. Oh, that's the one I want. Heat. There we go. All right. They have slipped, by the way. They've slipped. They're going to go to the strap. I was getting hit with cold air. Like, well, I'm freezing over here. I'll put the heater on, and it's getting even colder. Malo or Min win. It was Malo. Jason Malo has won 3-0. Very dominant top roll, was able to get the victory there. Let me catch up on the comments here. Jordan Tsonev win. No, they haven't pulled yet. It may be the next one up. We've seen James Wall versus Craig Tullier, and Craig Tullier was able to get the win 3-2. We've seen Jason Malo and Ju Minkyu. Jason Malo was able to get the victory there. Okay, the hands have been closed here for Mataringi and Shishido. Shishido has hit hard with a flop, like a side pressure hit. He's gotten through and he's gotten the pin. Hetamoris dropped into the king's move, but he caught it too late. He caught it underneath the pin line. Shishido basically hit like just a pure side pressure hit, and he did lose his wrist halfway through, but it was able to drive through and still get the pin done before Mataringi could lock in that king's move position. Blue has the strongest reverse side pressure in the sport. Reverse side pressure. That's great. Top Horse is 3:40 a.m. That's dedication. Yeah, well, that's the time it started. It started at 2:30 in the morning for us here. It is Sunday morning. So Saturday night into Sunday morning for us. And I believe it's the afternoon over there. I think it started at 1 p.m. for New York. But it's fine. I will catch up on the sleep during the day. And then I've actually got a match tonight myself. I'll be taking on Kiwi Sam in a first to 3 or first to 4. I guess it depends on what he wants to do. But That'll be at the SA Titans Arm Wrestling Club, and I'll put the video of that out tomorrow. If you don't mind, give someone an account from Trade Trances and links. I can't pay with Russia. No, I can't give out a free pay-per-view link, unfortunately. You won't find that here. I'm sure there's probably ones out there, but you won't find them in here. Oh, McFarvos, is best to you in your match with Sam. Well, thank you, sir. That's very kind of you. Yes, Sam is a... Actually, I'll tell you that after this round. The strap has been applied here, so it is 1-1 in round 3 for this matchup with Matawaringi, Hetamoris, and Shishido. All right, they're about to... The elbows are being placed in the right positions. Okay. Looks like there's a negotiated grip going on here. We're getting the center. Match is about to start. Getting the wrist straight. Here we go. He's dropped into the King's move again from Matawaringi. Shishido, he's hit hard, but he's not in an ideal position. The elbow foul has come for Matawaringi Hetamoris off the back of the pad. He's not happy about it. But I think it sort of clearly did come off there. So he's on 1 foul for this round. Tall Paul says, that's awesome. Good luck in your match, Matt. Well, thank you very much, my friend. Yes, haven't had a match for quite a while, but Sam has come over from New Zealand. He started a club over there and ended up, he's going to be living here in Adelaide, and he's moved here. He's going to be part of the SA Titans club. We've got the start here. Matawaringi's dropped into that King's move. He's in the same position that he was in the previous start. Shishido is hitting hard, but he's getting caught in that King's move. Very Michael Todd-esque King's move positioning. And the elbow again for Matawaringi Hetamoris comes off the side of the pad this time. Oh, it came off in a losing position. They've given the win to Shishido there. So Shishido is up 2-1 over Matawaringi Hetamoris because it was a King's move position, but they've given it as a foul in a losing position, which I think we've seen already a couple of times that weren't called. I'm a little confused with the rule set here. But Matawaringi is down 2-1 against Toshiyuki Shishido from Japan, number 1 in Japan. Both men sweating profusely. 2-1 at the moment. So Matawaringi getting advice from Mario Tabakis and Ryan Bowen in the corner there. And there's your link, says the Drew. Thank you very much. That will give you 10% off as well. The code Ryan Bowen. You can also use the code Paul Italia. That will also give you 10% off. So Robbie Russell is going to be next, I believe. I think they said they've got a halftime show or something. So this may be the last match before they have a break for a little while. But we'll see what happens. But we've seen some great matches so far. Unfortunately, the last one ended with a whimper instead of a bang. A very unfortunate way to end the match with James Wall going down to Craig Tullier on fouls. Even with the 3-foul system. It's very frustrating. It's almost like you just want to say, just keep going. You know, it's too much fun. Like, these guys are in a hook war. You know, let's just let them keep going. It's like a micro foul that no one would have seen except the referee. All right, they're starting in the straps here, which is great. Good. Okay, so the guys are going to start in the strap. The strap is being applied at the moment. Matarangi's breathing very, very heavy, sweating profusely, as I said before. But Toshiyuko's also sweating a lot, but he's not breathing as heavy. Matarangi leaning on the table like a man who's done a 600, 800 meter sprint. He's, I don't know if it's hot over there in New York at the moment, but I think he's struggling with the conditioning side of things here, especially with all these restarts and fouls. Okay, the strap has been applied. The referee is lining their shoulders up, getting them in position, getting the center. Matarangi is not happy with something, and he didn't put any resistance up whatsoever. I think he might be injured. Yeah, it looks like Matarangi is he's pulling out of the match here. I think he's hurt his wrist or something. So Shishido will walk away the victor. 3-1. It was not able to Matarangi not able to put any resistance up whatsoever. He was wincing as they were about to start the round. And he may have felt something in his wrist go, but he was not able to contest that final round at all. Yeah, vicious, says Mr. Peanut. You keep seeing Martin lose. Yeah, well, he did win over at Arm Gods in February against James Stewart in a fantastic match that was over there. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get the job done here, and I think he has also got another loss here at Knuckles Up, like the previous one, maybe the one before that. But that's the thing at the elite level, and it's okay to pick up losses. It's better to have matches and losses than to do one match a year or something. So it looks like they might be going into a bit of a halftime show thing or a bit of a break. We've got Will on the mic there. He is talking it up and thanking everyone for coming into the show. And I think that Knuckles Up are doing great things for the sport of arm wrestling. And it's a pleasure to be able to watch this and have everyone in here watching as well. Yeah, unfortunately, Matarangi wasn't able to get the job done this evening, going down maybe with an injury, 3-1 over Toshiyuki Shishido. We've also seen Jace Malo. He got a victory over Ju Minkyu, 3-0. Jason looking incredibly dominant the whole way through the match, able to get his top roll in position. All right, they're going to a halftime show thing here. I'm just going to turn that down so I can concentrate. Sarah Barkman is on stage, and not sure what she'll be doing, but she's talking about something, but that's okay. We'll. I think I might talk to you guys for a little while. Yes. So Jason Malo able to get the victory over Ju Minkyu, and 3-0. Top roll was way too strong and looked dominant in every position. Ju was having difficulty keeping his shoulder in position. He was moving forwards and back. I think he was trying to throw Jason off, thinking that he might top roll, and then his game plan was to leap forward into a press, but he kept leaping in way too early and getting caught on it, and Jason was just driving through his flop press anyway. There was only one round where Jason got stopped, and he returned back to the center. He was about to drive again, and there was an elbow foul. So a very dominant victory for Jason Malo, and we'll look forward to seeing him on the next Knuckles Up card. Hopefully he gets another opportunity soon. He is one of the top guys, especially in his weight class. I believe he's number one rank in North America for his weight class. Who else have we seen? We've seen Craig Tullier and James Wall have an absolute war go through. H. Gus, Ju did not win. He got sort of blown out of the water a little bit by Jason Malo. It was a 3-0 victory for Jason. Jack Hoban says he has the interest and the size. Hopefully he will be able to put it all together. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I think he does have some sort of bicep injury, which has been plaguing him for quite a while, which is why he drops into that King's move position. This is Matarugi Hetamoris I'm talking about, as opposed to being able to get on a normal traditional top roll or a hook. He sort of has to roll into that King's move position, but he's so strong that it still works for him, even though he's got this injury. Mr. Peanut, hopefully he's not that injured. Can't catch that hit that low. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, absolutely. And I think he was having a lot of trouble with his elbows on the pad as well. They kept sort of sliding off. And he, so mainly off the side, but he did go off the back a few times as well. That's one of those things. If you're hitting that the open top roll position or that King's move position, your elbow is going to be right at that limit of the pad, and it's going to be sitting right on the edge. And the reason that you could see Michael Todd was so dominant with that move was the pad length of the WAL pads were 2 inches longer. So, is that Rickard Bornman on the screen? Hang on, I've just got to watch this for a second. Connor Matthews, hello to you. So Rickard Bornman is just popped up on the screen here. I might bring that up for you guys to see.
It should be done. So Don, I think you might have to have a conversation with this guy.
Young man, what are you thinking? Come on, man. You get up on the wrong side of the bed? You've been in this thing a year, man. I've been in this 35. What are you thinking? Tell me something good about it.
Man, I think you're too old for this now, man.
Thinks I'm too old. What do y'all think? You got a couple of you guys out there know a little bit more about me than he does, huh? Well, I promise you, I'm not too old for it, but I am kind of like your daddy, so you might want to call me that when we're done with this match. I'll take that from you. Come get you some, young man. Come get you some.
All right, who wants to see Rickard Borman, Don Hollywood Underwood, and Knuckles Up 5, ladies and gentlemen? That is it. We will definitely have to make that happen. Rickard, thank you so much for joining in. I don't know how you're so strong,
but
we will definitely have you over here soon. Chris, do we have another 1 or 2 people joined in, or are we all set?
All right, let me bring that sound down. I think he must be sitting in like the rain or something. There was so much background noise there. Oh, we've got. Should we watch this as well?
In the house, Jody. Thank you so much for joining in.
What do you think
Williams of the card so far?
I'm loving it. I think there might be a trilogy.
Getting bad audio.
James Bond, Craig Tullier, because that match was just, woo, I love it so much. And Bushido and Matarengi, you know what? I thought if you have a best of 7, maybe you might have a different story. But you know what, though? I'm enjoying every minute of this. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I think they have some audio issues here.
Real quick, I know the left arm is your specialty, right? The real question is, would you take a match here at Knuckles Up?
Yes, I would.
All right, that's why I like to hear it. Guys, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We got to tighten up this table because these athletes have been absolutely annihilating themselves. Jody, thank you so much.
Thank you, James.
Gabby, Rickard, you guys are absolutely amazing. Let's give a round of applause for these.
All right, we'll turn that one off again there. But yeah, so I saw Rickard pop up on the screen. I was like, hang on a second. Is that they doing the announcement of the match? Yes, you are correct, Drew. You did nail it. You got it right. I couldn't tell you. But yes, Don Underwood will be taking on Rickard Bornman at Knuckles Up 5 in January. So we're very excited about that. You'll also see Rickard before then as well. But I can't tell you about where that is yet. But yeah, that's what do we think about that at all? Any opinions on the legend Don Hollywood Underwood, the original Hollywood, the best, the original and the best Hollywood, Don Underwood taking on Rickard Bornman, Knuckles Up. That's why I didn't push it. I didn't want to spoil it. Well, thank you, sir. Yes, I appreciate that, the Drew. Yeah, you did figure it out, and thank you for not spoiling. But there you go. I didn't know they were going to do that announcement during the show, so that's amazing to hear that. Pulling started yet, says Neil Cass. It has. They're at the halfway point. The results so far, if you don't want to hear the results, then maybe don't listen for the next 30 seconds. But they are 4 matches in. We've seen Jason Malo get a 3-0 victory over Ju Minkyu. A very dominant performance by Jason Malo there. We've also seen James Wall and Craig Tullier go to war in a hook war, which ended in a silver bullet. It was first to 3, and they went down to 2-2, and kind of the worst way to end a match. Even though it was a 3-foul system, we did see 3 fouls get called on James Wall, and he went down to Craig Tullier 3-2. But it was a battle. Both men, I mean, geez, the power, the force that was coming off that table. Both those guys going inside and driving forwards with reckless abandon. Busting, what did I say before? Busting on each other? Trying to bust on each other? I don't know. I said something terrible. It sounded terrible. Don is coming back, and I don't know his level, though. I don't know if this is the best comeback match. Yeah, Rickard is the star. He's an absolute weapon and an up-and-coming dominant force. So, but Don Underwood he's one of the best in the world, or he was pushing for that number 1 spot for a long time, and he may have actually been the best in the world at one point in time. And yes, he is on a comeback at the moment, but he is a tremendous opponent. He knows how to talk the talk and walk the walk, and he'll promote that event. And it's probably the best springboard we could give for Rickard Bornman to launch a career in the arm wrestling stratosphere. And you will see him before that match as well, somewhere else. But we'll announce that soon too. Because whoever wins, does that tell us much for levels? I think it's more of a proving ground for both men. So Don on his comeback, it's like if you're really back and you're really pushing towards the elite level again, to be able to beat an up and coming young superstar that's coming out of Australia by way of South Africa in Rickard Bornman, then it's a very good win for Don Underwood and a very good match for him to return back to the scene, because you wouldn't want to put him against somebody that is still at the elite level at this point. I think he wants to have a couple of testing ground matches and see where he's at, which is a smart move, because if you lose those matches, you're like, all right, I guess maybe if I give it absolutely everything I've got and I still am unable to stop the rising talent, the next talent that are coming through, then maybe my day in the elite levels is done. For Rickard, it's a fantastic opponent, because Don Hollywood Underwood is a legend of the sport, has that name. In terms of promotional ability as well, Don is somebody that is tremendously charismatic. He knows how to talk really well on the microphone. There'll be some opportunities for some amazing moments between the two of them. So I think it's a great win if Rickard can get the victory. That would say, okay, well, you've gone against one of the legends of the sport, and if you're able to get a victory there and secure that, we'll find another opponent for you, and maybe we'll keep pushing you towards that elite level status. So I think it's a perfect proving ground match for both men. Where'd my stream go? Just want to make sure I'm not missing it. Yeah, okay, they've just gone back to Minkyu, and we've got Craig Tullier with a 3-2 victory over James Wall. And we have seen Matawaringi Hetamoris just go down to Tokiyuki Shishido. Unfortunately, there was a lot of elbow fouls, and it looked like Matawaringi may be walking away with a wrist injury right at the end of the match there as they were gripping up for the final round. You could see Matarengi was wincing. He wasn't happy about something, and was unable to put any sort of resistance up against for the final round. It was just a blast through. It was like, somebody's just given up their arm there. So he must have some sort of issue with his wrist there. But they're in the half-time period now for Knuckles Up 4 in New York. And it is 4 a.m. over here in Adelaide. We've got 32 people in watching. So great to have everyone in here. Absolutely amazing. And as I said before, I feel very honoured and privileged to have the opportunity to watch this event with everyone in here. And I would have been watching it by myself otherwise. So I feel like it's a bit of a community group. Everyone gets to watch it together in a way. And you can still purchase the pay-per-view. There are only 3 matches into the card. We still have lots of amazing matches to come. And you can do that at thehighfiveaw.com. And if you use the promo code Ryan Bowen or Paul Italia, then you will be able to get 10% off, and you'll be able to get the event for $14.99 US. It's from 30 p.m. in Wichita. Wichita, every time I see that name, it just reminds me of the Seven Stripes song. Was it One Nation? Seven Nation Army? It's just, I'm going down to Wichita. Like, it's just that line, it pops up every time I see the name of that city. New York or New Jersey? I'm not sure. I thought they were in New York, but I know the 2 states are very close to each other, so maybe they are in New Jersey. But I think they're in New York because the airport that Ryan got off at was like one of the JFK's or something, like the New York airport. I don't know. I'm curious about the score for Jew, says HGust. Yes. So Jew was the first matchup against Jason Malo. He tried to top roll in the first round, and Jason was much stronger than Jew and was able to roll through for the pin in the first round very comfortably. So Jew has changed things up in the rest of the 4 a.m. Sunday is correct, Mr. Peanut. So Jew changed things up in the second round. He went in for a flop press, but he kept moving his shoulder before the go. And as everybody knows, with pressing, you want that shoulder tucked in very, very tightly behind your hand, or as close as you can get it. And so Jew was trying to time that to perfection, but he got it wrong a couple of times, and that cost him the round. In the third round, it was pretty much the same thing. He was trying to dive in for that flop press, but there was a lot of fouls, and he did manage to sort of stop Jason's top roll with that flop press at one point in the match, and he caught probably 2 big surges of Jason. Jason returned back to the center, but unfortunately for Jew, he had picked up another elbow foul, which I don't know if that ended the match. I think that was, yes. I think that ended on fouls. So unfortunately, we've had two matches that end on fouls. Also in the Craig Tullier and James Wall match, we saw that it had ended on fouls, to bitter disappointment of everyone watching, because these 2 guys were going to absolute war in the hook, and the power that was coming off that table. I mean, jeez. Lucky they bolted it to the floor, because unbelievable strength from both men, and they're both in that hook position. The only time we saw them go any other direction was Craig snuck in a top roll in the 4th round, which actually got him the pin. And in the final round, he was very calm and relaxed in the setup, Craig Tullier was, whereas James Wall was sort of very fidgety, and he was talking to the referees a lot, and he couldn't stand still, and you could see he was very, very much wanting to get in the right position and get a fast start. And he got picked up twice for early starts, and one of them was a really blatant early start. Craig Tullier's hand hadn't even been finished closed by the referee before James went for it, which I think the referee's face told the picture there. It was just like, what? What are you doing? I haven't even shut the guy's hand yet, and you're already surging. So, unfortunately, James picked up a foul, couple of fouls, and then it was right down to the wire. They managed to slip, get to the strap, and we would have loved to have seen that match play out because they did go inside and get into an absolute war with each other again for the final round. And I was like, this is it. This is the battle that we want to see. You know, it's 2-2, first to 3. This is it. This is the moment. And we get another bloody elbow foul called on James Wall, which I thought they may have reviewed. They were talking about that. The commentators were talking about the potential of a review call, but it didn't go ahead, and Craig was declared the winner of that match. And you never want to see a match end on be decided, especially like two warriors like that, you know, both inside in the hook, driving with crazy power, and it ends on bloody fouls. All right, so we have the halftime show going on at the moment, as you can see there. It's just looping through the promo, so I can leave that up there, and we get the sponsors a bit of airtime. 4 a.m. Sunday, says Mr. Peanut. There you are, absolutely correct. It is 4:10 on Sunday morning here in Adelaide. And I believe it's the afternoon in the US. H. Gus, could you please let me know the final score of Ju Minkyung in the chat? I am Korean. Okay, he can't understand what I'm saying. I'm just going to write 3-0. Ju lost. Who sort of wants to put in a Korean translated version of that? Hopefully you can read that. I might try that actually while we're waiting, because they are still at the halftime show, and I am enjoying talking with you guys. Let's see, translate, Google Translate. Translate Google English to Italian. No, that's not right. We want English. Jason Malo 1-3-0 over Jew. Okay, and then we're going to translate that into. This is great. It always makes me laugh when I do stupid things like this, because I think this is people waiting, like, and I'm just. I hope I'm not wasting everyone's time, but this kind of interests me when I want to do one of these little things, and I guess we're waiting anyway. So, but Google Translate, Jason Malo, and all right, Korean, EFGHIJK. Oh, Korean, perfect. There we go. All right, now copy that. I'll paste it in the comments for you, and send it. There we go. All right. I hope that makes sense for H. Gus from Korea. All right. They are about to come back on, it sounds like. I can hear the Aussie arm wrestler Jake Ward. And where's my stream? There it is. All right. Should I put that over there? That's better. All right. Yes, they are about to get going again. Jake Ward is just doing a bit of a intro thing. Thank you very much for coming along to the center thing. All right. Thank you. It's so sad, says H. Gus. Well, it's not sad. He was on the stage at Knuckles Up. It's never a bad thing to get a big international match, get flown over, you know, be put up for accommodation, and have the opportunity to pull on a very big promotion. And even if you lose, it depends on how you look at things. But what? Are we getting Shakovich out now? Andre Shakovich is coming to the table at the moment, but I don't know if this is the match, because I think, obviously, well, I thought it was the main event. They would have held it on till last, but Wow, okay. It looks like it is going ahead. It's going to be Ryan Bowen and Andrei Shakovich for their first match back after the break. All right, we're getting an intro. Ryan Bowen is making his way out to the table. Wow, that's really surprised me. I was not expecting that. It's all the people that have like taken a break, gone to the toilet to get something to eat or whatever. I'm not going to miss this. You wouldn't expect the main event to be on first up. I'm very surprised. All right, so it is Andrei Shakovich versus Ryan Bowen, both about the same age, the same height. There's an 8 kilo weight advantage for Andre. I like the fact that they've written the nicknames. They've written the stats, but then they wrote like their nickname as well. Like that's a power. Like, what if you don't have a nickname? It just says NA or something. All right. Wow. Okay. I'm excited. I was not expecting this. I'm not prepared for this mentally. But they are gripping up. All right. The referee's squaring their shoulders. So it looks like they've started in referee's grip. Just going to answer a lot of questions here. Oh, Ryan's pulling hard against Andre in the setup. He wants a certain position, and Andre's not allowing him access to it. Looks like Andre's using a lot of rising pressure, and he's pulling Ryan away from his shoulder, and they're a long way from the center of the table, that's for sure. They're about to get a start, but they need to come to the center of the table by about another 2 inches. I hope the referee's going to pick that up. She didn't, and they've started and they've slipped apart. So Ryan's jumped into sort of a king's move slip to get out of that position. Neither guy using much energy to get out of that position. Straps being applied. What do you guys think of this match being now? Like, I thought this was going to be the last match. I thought this would have been their main event. Ooh, do something on the cable. No, all good. The sound. Hoping. Oh, my screen. All right, GR8 says Shark 3-0. Well, the end strap. We'll see if that comes true for Great Eight. Price is a first to 3. Would have liked to have seen first to 4. It adds a little bit more opportunity for strategy to come into play. Hands are closed. The shoulders are being set. Right. I'll fix my headphones after this round. And Ryan's not happy with the setup. He's relaxed, stood up and sort of relaxed his position. They're going to reapply the strap completely from the start. I'm not sure what the issue was. Just need to change my sound again because that's what the message was all about. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? That's better. Dodgy. Sharp. Yeah, what's the word now? Mr. Peanut's predicting a 3-2. Any other predictions before they start? It'll be quick. Quickly write it in. It's not the last match, though. No, it's not the last one. But what will be the last match, Drew? Last minute predictions. You got about 5 seconds. Okay, audio's playing up. We've got to start here. Ryan's in the king's move position. He stopped Andre a couple of times. If my audio is no good, I will fix it in a second. But he was able to drive through. Oh, it sounds fine now. Okay, great. Wow. So Andre was able to get the victory there. He's up 1-0 over Ryan Bowen. Ryan did catch him a couple of times. It took 4 hits for Andre Shakovich to get through. And it looked like Ryan, trying to drop into more of a traditional King's move right on that last hit, wasn't able to secure that position. And that is what got him pinned. So Andre Shakovich having to work pretty hard for that one. He didn't just blast through Ryan. It was definitely, he got caught and stopped and returned to center at least 4 times there. What was the weight difference? I missed the weight on these two. I think it's 8 kilos, which is 20 pounds. Andre, 107 kilos, Ryan at 99. And if you need pounds, 99 kilos is like 218 pounds. So they're in between rounds right now. Shakovich is working with Craig Tullier. He's got a bit of a smile on his face. And Jason Malo is in Ryan Bowen's corner, and so is the Vanilla Gorilla, Ryan's son. USS Liberty says Bowen 3-2. Yeah, we'll see what happens, but he is down 1-0 at this point, but he did make Andre work pretty hard in that round. It was at least 4 pins to get through. Andre looking pretty comfortable at the moment. He's using the smelling salts, but he is sweating and he is breathing reasonably. How much in stones? I have no idea. Stones. Do you guys still use that? How many pounds in a stone, Mr. Peanut? Woolly Mammoth. It's 1-0 Andre right now. That's correct. They're about to start the second round. Okay, they're going to start in straps this time, which is great. We don't have to waste time getting a slip. Ryan looking very relaxed, very calm. They aren't starting in the middle. He is starting at a disadvantage by about an inch, I would say, of where his hand is. But he seems to be comfortable with that. I don't think that he's too bothered with that position as long as he gets his hand. But he is definitely at a disadvantage from where they are saying go, which is, from my camera angle anyway, it is definitely about 1 inch in favor of Andre Shakovich as they start the match. But he did have to work very hard in that first round. They're going to a referee's grip. All right. Referee is getting their hands in position. This is round 2. Andre Shakovich is up 1-0. They're in the strap. Shoulders are in. I think they're about to close the hands. All right, Shakovich's hand is closed. Ryan's is now closed. They've started. Shakovich is looking very dominant. We've got an elbow foul on Ryan Bowen. Shakovich had a very wry grin. He got the dominant position. He won the center, and he stared at Ryan in the face with a bit of a smile, like I've got exactly what I need. And Ryan's elbow popping off the side, but I think he was in quite a lot of danger there. I think Andre was in a very dominant position, and he was about to just drive straight through to the pad. I think Ryan is having trouble with the center game, and he's going to be relying on his king's move. All right, their thumbs are now closed. Hands are closed. We're about to get the start. We've got the start. Ryan has hit, but Andre's caught it. They're in the center. Ryan's dropped down into almost the king's move position. He is in a king's move position, but they've called a stop here and they've awarded a win for Shakovich. Even though it didn't really look like he went beneath the height of the pin pad, the referee has called it as a pin. I was kind of surprised that that was called as a pin there. I'd love to see a replay because it looked it was close. It was definitely close. But yeah, a big hit from Ryan, which didn't win him the center. His body continued on. So his arm stayed in the center. His body ended up in a king's move type position. And eventually his arm opened up. He did get more of a stop in that king's move position. And then Andre had a big drive, which was stopped by Ryan. And I thought it may have been above the pad, but referees have said that no, it did break the height of the pin pad. So it's 2-0 for Andre Shakovich over Ryan Bowen at this point in time. Ryan is going to have to come up with some magic here. I think he's not looking like he's able to get anything going. Wooter, the link is at thehigh5aw.com, and you'll be able to find the pay-per-view link there, thehigh5aw.com. And if you use the promo code Ryan Bowen, you'll get 10% off, or you could use Paul Italia, and that will also get you 10% off. So Ryan is jumped back up to the table. I think he's trying to rush Andre here. Andre is very aware of what Ryan is trying to do, and he's sitting back in the chair relaxing. But now he's firing himself up. He's taken another sniff of the smelling salts. He's given a big roar. And they're going to the referee's grip with the strap. Fantastic. I believe. Are they going to strap it up or not? I can't see the referee's faces. His head is blocking my view of their hands, but I think they're applying the strap. Yes, they are. She hates the kings and noticed. She always calls pin, says Neil's index finger. As soon as the arm becomes totally straight, the pin or foul is called most of the time. Yeah, I know she's a very well-respected international referee, and she's done the Knuckles Up events previously, and they haven't had major controversy or anything. But I would have loved to have seen. I'm surprised they're not showing a replays of the matches here. They've got great production with their camera crew and everything, but they're not showing replays, which would really help. All right, thumbs have been closed. Hands have been closed. Ryan needs to win this round to hold on here. He's driven into a king's move position again, but he's in the center. We've got an elbow foul off the back for Ryan Bowen. It's a restart again. Is there a way to watch game videos for free? No, there isn't. It's the pay-per-view event. As in pay-per-view. Stick a fork in Bowen. It's over, says RHCP. Yes, well, he may be. Yes, prior to that elbow foul, Ryan did hit hard. He is dropping down into that king's move so readily and not really contesting the center. It's definitely something he has changed in his game in probably the last year and a half that I've noticed. Unfortunately, I think maybe it's due to injury, and we know that he had that shoulder injury coming into this match, and maybe that's affecting his ability to pull in the ways that he traditionally felt comfortable. I think the live cost is too expensive. You can get 10% off by using the code Ryan Bowen or Paul Italia. $14.99 US is definitely a reasonable price to ask for this quality entertainment. There's a lot of money and a lot of hard work and effort that goes into putting these cards together. So it looks like Andre versus Schoolboy, or Andre over Schoolboy, says Whammo. All right, they're in the strap. This is round 3. Ryan is on 1 foul. He needs to get the win this round to stay alive in this match. This is a first to 3, and Andre is up 2-0. Andre's hand is closed. Ryan's hand is closed. They've got the start. Ryan's dropped again into that king's move position. His elbow is sliding all over the pad, but he's held. He's holding strong in that king's move, but unfortunately he gets dipped beneath the height of the pin pad. It is a 3-0 victory for Andre Shakovich over Ryan Bowen at knuckles up 4. So well done to Andre. He did have to work for it, and he's breathing pretty heavy, but he's smiling, all smiles. Unfortunately, Ryan unable to get the job done there. Well done to Andre Shakovich. Would first to 4 pins be better though? Well, I like the first to 4 because it gives the opportunity for more tactics to come out, because somebody may get tired. Like if they're explosive, like really explosive, but then you're able to slow them down, they might pin you 3 times, but then it's like, all right, if you haven't got anything else in the tank and you haven't got any other tricks up your sleeve, and just from explosiveness, then it's going to be a 4-3 victory for the other person. So I love the opportunity for people to come back, and I think you get more of that when it's a first to 4. So well done to Andre Shakovich. Tall Paul says, dang, I was hoping Ryan would get it. Well, hopefully Robbie can get the win then. Sylvester Stallone is here. Hello to you. My favorite nickname of all nicknames. Mr. Peanut says, when I was a kid, we didn't have pay-per-view. We had radios, and you had a plug into a wall or buy a fancy car. That's true. Yeah. Well, there's been so many events that I wanted to see as a kid that I knew were only in the US, and being over here in Australia, there's no way that I could watch them. And it wasn't until it would be out in the video store, like a year or 2 years later, that I would be able to see the event. Wuta says $15 is 100% too expensive. It's not East versus West. They would have made... it's sliding out of my view. I'll have to try and find that one, sorry. They would have sold tons more if they made it $5, but they chose to be greedy. Marketing team is very bad, to be honest. Well, it's an interesting point of view that you've got there. I think that they've looked at the market and decided their price point, and then they've given the opportunity to get discounts through codes and everything like that. So I think that when you're looking at trying to cover the cost of an event, then you've got to factor in, well, how many pay-per-views can we sell? And we want to at least break even. We don't want to be losing money. And so they've said that that is their price point that they've gone with. But if you imagine flying, how many athletes that they've got on the card here, it's like 20 guys or something like that from all around the world. Just the flights alone would be $20,000. And then you've got the accommodation, you've got the food, you've got all of the stuff that they do to look after the athletes, the uniforms, the production crew, the streaming costs, the setup that they've got there, the fireworks that are going on. You've got the commentators, they need to be paid. You've got the referees. I'm sure you're flying your referees in as well. You've got your tables and your setup, and there's a lot of costs that go along with putting an event on. And I know from experience how expensive it can be. And HGUS says, I'm sad because I don't understand the situation and video of the game. Yeah, it's unfortunate that you can't understand what I'm saying, my friend, but I don't speak Korean, so I can't help you with that. All right, Robbie Russell is on the table. They've started. That jumped through. I was talking about something else for a minute or two there, but they've started. They've gone for a slip, and they're getting the strap applied. So Svetin and Robbie Russell. Great, you win the internet. Oh, I must have missed a good comment up there. Where are we? Yeah, so Robbie Russell and Svetkin in the strap here. I will recover the results in a second, Wemo. I'll do that in between rounds. We're about to get the start for this first round with Robbie Russell and Svetdan. Robbie watching the referee's mouth very closely. I think he's going to be very powerful with his side pressure from his stance. He's hit hard with side pressure and he's driven straight to the pad. Well done, Robbie Russell. He is up 1-0 over Svetgan. Wow. So, yeah, that pure power coming from Robbie Russell. He just drove straight sideways with a cup. Yeah, wow. I think that may be the story of the rest of the match here. Unless Svetgan has some sort of very unique technique, that a secret technique, I think that Robbie Russell may be way too strong for Svetgan here, just based on the way that first round went. So much hand, says Neil's index finger. Wemo, you wanted the results so far. So far, Jason Malo has won his match against Ju Minkyu 3-0. We also saw James Wall and Craig Tullier. Craig Tullier was able to get the victory 3-2 in a silver bullet match, and it was an absolute war, but unfortunately it ended with fouls. So James Wall fouling out right at the end there. We saw Matabaringi Hetamoris against Toshiyuki Shishido, and a lot of elbow fouls, unfortunately, for Matabaringi. It looked like he may have hurt his wrist right at the end of the match as well. He went down 3-0 to Shishido. And we just saw Ryan Bowen and Andrei Shakovich able to get a 3-0 victory. All right, Robbie Russell and I can't say his last name. I'm just going to say Vetkin. They have started in the strap, which I always appreciate the two guys that decide that they will start in the strap because they know that they're going to slip. Sylvester Stallone says, I think $15 is fair. The ones that care would pay more, and the ones that find $15 too expensive wouldn't buy it for 10. I think that's quite a reasonable comment there, Sylvester Stallone. I mean, you could make it $2, and if somebody's not willing to part with that, you could make it 1 cent, and they still like, nah, not doing it, not paying. Ryan versus Svetkin would be a better match. Yeah, I mean, mate. Oh, okay. So they've started this. They've started in the strap. They're stuck in the center here. Great stop from Svetkin. Robbie's putting in a lot of effort. They're stuck in the center. Svetkin is rising high with his hand positioning, and he's in a great position. But even though they're sort of locked in the center, he is starting to push Robbie's hand back. Robbie very cleverly pushing his elbow off the front of the pad there and getting a restart. But what an incredible change-up for Svetkin there. Able to sort of sit in a rising, not a king's move position, but it was like he was able to keep the height and pronation. And Robbie's wrist was not able to push Vetkin's wrist over. He wasn't able to turn him over. So he was burning up a lot of energy, and Svetkin moving his elbow forwards and getting even higher with his hand. And as soon as that happened, you could see that Robbie's wrist started to get pushed back, and he's cleverly used the rules to his advantage there, and he's pushed his elbow off the front of the pad to get a restart. So the strap is being reapplied currently. But what an incredible change-up in tactics for Vetkin. So they're applying the strap at the moment. Be interesting to see if Robbie burnt out a lot of energy there, or if he's used to sort of driving through people. All right, they're getting elbows positioned. They're going to the referee's grip. Neil's index finger says that Robbie's in trouble now. They don't call him the master for nothing. That's absolutely correct. He was very, very adept with his change in tactics there. Okay, we're getting the thumbs closed. Hands closed. We've got the start. He's dropped into the same position with that open hand with that high top roll. He's brought it back to the center. Robbie's wrist is busting back a little bit. Svetkin is using, it's almost like a modified King's move, but with a straight wrist. They're stuck in the center. Robbie's wrist is kicking back. He is losing his wrist. Vetkin is sitting in basically an open King's move, but he's pushing height on his hand. Robbie gets an elbow foul again. I think he's looking for another restart. His hand was definitely pushing back in that round, the same as what happened in that first round. He's unable to get dominance over Vetkin's wrist. And it was a slow bleed. He was heading towards the pin pad. So Robbie Russell on 2 fouls. This is he is up 1-0, but Vetkin making the adjustment incredibly, and he is able to stop Robbie Russell from being able to get his cup in a dominant position. Wow, that is why you call him the master. I mean, the master of changing tactics and finding the way through, and he is definitely doing that currently against Robbie Russell here. Robbie being so strong, so powerful, but he's unable to get the cup in his wrist that he needs to be able to drive to the side, and he's losing his wrist over time. And the small little adjustments that Vetkin's making to keep continuously pushing his elbow forwards and getting his hand higher and higher is preventing Robbie even more and more. His wrist just keeps getting pushed back further and further, and he got to a point where he's just elbow fouled to get a restart because he knew he was about to get driven to the pad. All right, we've got a hands closed. They've gone into that same position. Robbie's allowed him to get the first 2 inches of center. They're both stuck in the center position. Robbie's changed up his tactics here as well. He's looking for a flop press. They're still stuck in the center. So Vetkin's adding his body weight to that open top roll position, and he's climbing higher than Robbie. Robbie's wrist is kicked back completely. He's working very hard, but unfortunately wasn't able to keep that position. He's gone down. It is 1-1. Vetkin able to make the adjustment. It's 1-1 for Robbie Russell versus Vetkin. Wow. Robbie trying something different there, and I respect that. He was just not able to get his cup in, which is what's preventing him from being able to execute his game plan. And that position that Vetkin is sitting in, I mean, it's not really a traditional King's move because he's sort of doing it offensively. He's sort of sitting in the center with it, whereas traditionally you'd see more of an angle and this sort of, dipping close to the pin pad with a completely straight arm. But Vetkin is sort of sitting in this kind of an angle, and he's able to continuously sort of push forward to get more height. You can see his hand was climbing up through Robbie's, and he was able to continue busting Robbie's wrist back. And Robbie did decide to hold on with his bicep for a few seconds, but he's given a shake of the head and allowed his wrist to get pinned. So it's 1-1. We'll have to see an adjustment now made from Robbie Russell. I think he really needs to get a cup to get his offense going, and without it, he is struggling. Neil's index finger, European style, sitting on the triceps and controlling the height. Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what he's doing, and he's doing a tremendous job of it, and it's preventing Robbie from being able to cup his wrist. So you can see Robbie is pushing so hard, and there's so much power in his frame and his bicep and his chest and his arm, but without that cup of the wrist, it's being negated, and he's being kicked back over time. He's being pushed back and further to a flop wrist position by Vetten, and it's like a slow death. Unfortunately for Robbie, he's going to have to do something quite different. He did think about a flop press at one point. You could see they've started the next round. They're in the strap. Vetten's sitting in that same position. Robbie is in a kicked back position as before. He's holding with his bicep. He's looking around, trying to figure out a way to do anything. Vetten is pushed up higher and higher. He's climbed up Robbie's hand. He's got the pin. So he's up 2-1 over Robbie Russell. What an adjustment made by Vetten. It's incredible. And as we said before, they don't call him the master for no reason. And he is showing his ability to adapt to what looks like the stronger man, which is Robbie Russell, but he is eliminating Robbie's strength by getting that open arm top roll position from the center, and it's preventing Robbie Russell from being able to cup his wrist. So in between rounds at the moment, Vetten is up 2-1 over Robbie Russell. Tall Paul says, well, crap, hopefully Bowen and Robbie both don't lose. Well, it's not looking good for Robbie at this point. He looked so dominant in that first round. He just drove straight sideways with huge side pressure. But Vetten able to make the adjustment, and he is using a technique which is very unique and is a variation of the traditional King's move, but more from the center of the table in an offensive position as opposed to diagonally pushing past your opponent. So it looks like they're going to start outside of straps again. Robbie needs to make the adjustment, and it looks like they're going to slip here. Vetten has hold of Robbie's hand. Vetten has won 3-1. Robbie's gone for the slip. He's got his hand caught, and it was just a matter of time till Vetten was able to turn his wrist over. Well done. Well done to Vetten. Great job. Wore him out, says the Drew. He did, absolutely. He found the way through. Connor Matthews says, don't be an ass to RHCP. What did RHCP say? Oh, Bowen won. He seeks the losses. He found another. All hail the great Bowen. RHCP is using humor to hide his bitter disappointment that Ryan lost. I know that he's secretly Ryan's biggest fan, and he's got to cover it up by pretending that he doesn't like him at all. Whammo says, big shame for James Wall, but a big wow for him too. He deserves a big East versus West match soon. So much power for a natty puller. Would like to see him pull Rositz or Darkin. Yeah, absolutely. James Wall is a tremendous arm wrestler. And that was, as I said, the match I was the second most excited about. The number one being Ryan Bowen and Andrei Shakovich. But I knew that match was going to be an absolute war between Craig Tullier and James Wall. Vettan's trophy. I'm just getting distracted here because the trophy looks like a stapler or a knuckle duster. I don't know what the trophy is. It looks like a knuckle duster. Okay. If anyone knows what the trophy actually looks like, let me know, because it literally looks like a knuckle duster. So they were talking in the post-match interview there about a potential match with Vetten and Engin Terzi. I don't know if Engin's still arm wrestling these days. It's been quite a while since we've seen him on the table. But Vetten with a very, very nice win. It is brass knuckles. Wow, why are they getting brass knuckles? Oh, knuckles up, of course. Yeah. I don't think we're not allowed to have those in Australia. If you win one of those, if Mario Tambakis ends up winning one of those later, I don't think he'll be able to bring it into the country. It's literally a $5,000 fine. There's a list of dangerous weapons, and I remember looking at the poster. And when they brought that law in here in Australia, if you're caught carrying any of these types of weapons, then you'll get an instant $5,000 fine. And brass knuckles or knuckle dusters were on that list. Also with things like daggers and nunchucks and pepper spray and extendable batons and, all that sort of thing. Top Hall says, hungover. Oh, missed that one. A hungover RVJ beating the wall is even more impressive now. Absolutely. Yeah, what a win. Hungover. Give an actual set of brass knuckles as the trophy. That's what it looks like. It does look like an actual set of brass knuckles. All right, Mario Tambakis is out for his match now, and they are gripped up outside of straps on the table. So Mario versus Plumman. All right, we're going to referee's grip. Brass knuckles are my favorite. Let's go Super Mario. Knuckles are banned in the UK too, says Connor. Yeah, absolutely. What pullers do you think would make a good match for Rickard at Knuckles Up event? We're going to see Rickard at the next Knuckles Up against Don Hollywood Underwood. That was announced at the halftime show. So right now we're in referee's grip. Mario Tambakis and Plumman. They're about to start. Hand is being closed for Plumman. Mario's hand's closed. They've started. Mario's going inside. He's caught with his bicep. It's one elbow foul on Plumman. But Mario catching with a hook. They've given an elbow foul to both guys, I believe. I think Mario came off the front and Plumman came off the back. So they're both on one foul. But Plumman hitting a top roll, and looks like Mario was able to get the stop with his bicep. But there was an elbow foul. So we're about to get a restart here. Mario's got one foul on his name, but Plumman does not. So, but it didn't look like Mario was able to use his bicep to contain Plumman. All right, hands are closed. Getting a start. We're inside. They're in the hook. Mario's holding tight with his bicep. And they've got an elbow foul for Plumman. So they're both on one elbow foul. Plumman is definitely winning the center, and he's driving towards the pin pad, and Mario is catching him. He is stopping him, and stopping him about 2 inches from the pad. And we're seeing an elbow foul occur at that point. And the first two starts that we've had, Mario elbow fouled the first time, and then Plumman elbow fouled that second time. Mario does look like he's strong enough to contain Plumman, but he doesn't want to play that game for too long. If he's going to just play in defense, he's definitely losing the center every time. All right, hands have been closed. About to get the start. Mario's looking to go inside. He's not happy with something. The hands are still not closed yet. They're going referee's grip. So it's still 0-all. This is the first round for Plumman and Mario Tambakis. Outside of straps still. 2 fouls that have occurred. 1 each. All right, thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. Mario's not happy with something. He's telling the referee something. Think about where the placement of his hand when it gets closed. They've got open hands again. They've closed Plumman. Closed Mario. Plumman has hit through Yeah, so Plumman's hit through with another big top roll, which has been caught again from Mario Tambakis on his bicep, but Plumman has elbow fouled. It's pretty much a repeat of the first 3 rounds. But Plumman keeps winning that center, and Mario is playing the defensive game the entire way through here. He hasn't been offensive in any manner. He keeps catching with his bicep over and over. We've seen 3 fouls occur from that position. Surprised that Mario is losing the center. He's such a strong puller in that region of the table. But I guess when you're going against a legend like Plumman, that it's always a step up the ladder, isn't there? Okay. They're getting set up again. Outside of straps still. Plumman is on 2 fouls. Mario is on 1. It's referee's grip. Thank you, Mr. Peanut. All right, Mario's closed. Hands are closed. We've got to start. Mario's catched on his bicep again. Caught on his bicep again. We've got another foul for Plumman off the back of the pad. Fortunately, he has committed 3 elbow fouls. Mario Tambakis has won that round on fouls. He is up 1-0 in this first 3. Plumman coming off the back of the pad 3 times in a row. He's not happy about it, but I think it's fairly obvious that he is popping off the back of the pad. He's talking to the referee, but not much to say really, because if you come off the back of the pad, it's usually pretty obvious. Drew says, how does he not keep that elbow on? I guess he's using so much back pressure that he's just on that fine line of whether or not he's going to stay on or not to get that pin pad. Neil's index finger says he is struggling to stay on the pad. He absolutely is. A tall Paul says, I just got a notification from Arm Gods about Bowen. Okay. I'm guessing it's not a good thing. If you want to share, Paul, feel free. Spermy's Ice Creamy says, WTF, keep your elbow on the pad, dude. Yes, he is winning the center, and he's driving towards the pin pad every single round, or every single start that they get, but his elbow just keeps popping off the back. Mario keeps catching him before he gets pinned, but Plumman's elbow is going off the back of the pad every start they've had. They're about to start again. Outside of straps. Hands are closed. No. 1 foul, 1 warning. 1 warning for Plumman for an early start. Well, Mario gives a nice wink to the camera there. He looks very relaxed, very calm. He might feel confident in the fact that he's been able to catch Plumman's hit every time, but he is losing the center, and it is driving through to a point where he needs to catch. Ideally, he would want to be in a more offensive position. Hands have been closed. Same deal, same position. Mario's caught him with the bicep. He's brought it back to the center, and we've got another elbow foul off the back of the pad for Plumman. Armgods is in the chat. Hello to you. How says Armgods. Hello to you. On the way to Tesco. All right. I don't know what that is. Is that a supermarket? Great to see you in here. We are currently watching Mario Tambakis taking on Plumman. There's that Armgods. Absolutely. Put on absolutely incredible events, Armgods, and one of the best and most unique promotions around the world. They are doing things their own way, and the people that love them to death. All right. Outside of straps again. Mario looks very calm and comfortable. I think he realizes he can catch Plumman's hit. They're about to get the start. The hands have been closed. All right, we've got the start. Same deal. Plumman's elbow off the back of the pad. Again, what is that? 5 in a row? Wow. Armgod says, I just got a wank off 10. All right. That's great. Tesco sounds like a hot sauce. Little Ted asks Spermies Answer Creamy, say hi. Exciting new things. Sunday coming. Big video hitting Monday. Can't wait. How did the Triple Crown match or event go the other day? I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. But armgods.com, check them out. They do incredible stuff for arm wrestling, and they put on amazing matches over in the UK there. Have another drink, says Spermies. All right. Plumman is struggling big time to keep his elbow on the pad. He has got 2 fouls in this round. He's down 1-0 to Mario Tambakis. He fouled out in the first round. He's looking like he may be fouling out in this round as well. Hands have been closed. About to get the start. Same position. Plumman's being very cautious this time. He hasn't gone for that big hit. He's sitting in the center and he's allowing Mario to work. He has pulled to the back of his pad, and Mario is trying to surge several times, but he's unable to get through. Plumman looks comfortable, but he is starting to get stretched out onto his bicep now. And there we go. Mario Tambakis has got the pin. He is up 2-0 over Plumman here. He is pumped up. And you can see the change in tactics there from Plumman. He was very concerned about his elbow coming off the pad. He didn't drive through with that big hit like he had in the earlier rounds, which were getting him right near the pad. He's so concerned about dropping off the back that he didn't even employ that hit. He just got the cut position. He allowed Mario to sort of work through the center, which Mario used to great effect to get a dominant position and then surge through. That surge through has gotten him through to the pin pad. So Mario Tambakis 2-0 up over Plumman. Plumman struggling big time with himself, really. It looks like his elbow is just not able to stay on the pad. It's moving all over the place, coming off the back, coming off the side. And he was so cautious in that last round against Mario that he didn't want to get another elbow foul. It would have lost him the round. That he didn't go for his traditional hit. He's secured a position for his wrist, but he was not able to keep the position for very long. Mario kept driving him out of that spot. He is struggling big time in terms of his ability to deal with his elbow coming off the back. And you can see Mario is starting right at the front of the pad. So maybe Plumman is just finding it difficult to gauge the distance that he needs to pull with back pressure because of the positioning of Mario being so tight up against the front of the pad. It's just enough that it's driving Plumman off the back. Maiden is hammered, says IHCP. He's driving. He's trying to type while he's driving. Finally, a legit pin. Yes, says the Drew. That's right. We've seen a lot of fouls. This is the next round that is starting. Mario Tambakis up 2-0 over Plumman. Yeah, running out of room. Absolutely, Brian. And you can see, well, you can't see. You can clearly see, which you can't. I'm painting the picture here for the people that can't see. But Mario's elbow is right at the edge of the front of the pad. And I think that is what's causing the issues for Plumman, because he's driving so hard with back pressure that it's just going off the back end of the pad. But he's getting like an inch away from a pin every time that it happens. So Mario playing a very clever game here and using the foul system to his advantage by forcing Plumman to have to change up his game because he's so cautious about elbow fouling off the back of the pad. His spelling is impeccable. Impeccable. All right, we're about to get the start. They're outside of straps again. Mario looks very relaxed, very calm. Plumman is uncomfortable. He's let go of Mario's hand and he's gotten some more chalk. He wasn't happy with his hand position. Mario looking very relaxed, very comfortable. The hands have been put together here. Mario, what was your strategy to win? Wait for him to elbow foul. It's pretty much how it's working out. All right, Mario's hand is closed. Plowman's hand is about to be closed. It's closed. We're about to get the start. Mario's not happy. Wow, that's... So Plowman's driven through. He's hit the pin pad, but there's some questionable stuff going on with the referees. We haven't decided what the call is here yet. It looks like another elbow foul off the back of the pad for Plowman. But Mario, that is a lesson you've... Don't argue with the referees as the match starts. Talk to them after the round because they'll start it, and if you don't pull, you get pinned, which is exactly what happened there. Mario very, very lucky to get away with that because he got pinned, but Plowman's elbow came off the back of the pad, as it has in every other round. But it's a good lesson for everyone here. Don't talk to the referee as your match is going on. Win the match and then talk to the referee. Because if you decide to give up or not try because you're expecting the referee to listen to you and they've said go, then you'll be pinned. Sylvester Stallone says, Plowman, gate 24. Yeah, he's struggling at this point in time. His elbow is coming off the back of the pad in, I think, every single round, every pull that they've done, he is elbow fouled. Listen, no 16-year-old girls know what they're doing. Don't argue with them. I think that these girls do a really good job with their refereeing. They're very professional, and you'll see them in a lot of international competitions. Foul. Foul, says Mr. Peter. Is that what your prediction is for this round? Is Plowman going to foul or not? I think that's more of the question as to what's going to happen in this match. How many has he done in a row? 7? All right, hands are being closed now. Mario's hand is being closed now. We're about to get the start. It's being straightened out. We've gone to referees. I thought we were in referees group, but apparently we weren't. Sláinte, Matt says, Muscle Bike, great to see you in here, sir. Yes, we are watching the Knuckles Up 4 event, which is taking place over in the United States. And we've seen some amazing matches so far. And currently we are seeing Mario Tambakis against Plowman. Mario is up 2-0. Plowman is on one foul, and he is having a terrible time with keeping his elbow on the pad. I literally think he's elbow fouled 7 times in a row. He may get 9 in a row and lose the match fouling in every single round. Okay, Mario's hand is closed. We're about to get the start. Plowman's hand. Oh, second warning for Plowman not listening to the referee's positioning. As they were closing Plowman's hand, he was fighting his position. So he didn't let them close where they wanted to close him. He was trying to get his hand into a better position. Mario vocally protesting that, and they've given a second warning for Plowman, which is another foul. That is 8 fouls in a row. Oh, we did get a pin in there. So, yeah, Mr. Peanut. Yeah, that's right. But he has fouled in every round so far. He is on 2 fouls at the moment. He's down 2-0. Jeez, you just want to see some arm wrestling. I don't think I've seen this many elbow fouls in a match before. All right, Plowman is going to have to do something pretty significant here. He's down 2-0 and he's got 2 fouls. Hands are about to be closed. All right, about to get the start. And here we go. Mario's sitting in, he's caught in a hook position about 2 inches from the pad using his bicep. Oh my God, it's an elbow foul. Oh, it's an elbow foul on Plum, and he was surging and trying to hit through. Dude, just saying, led into Spermy's ass is creepy. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Oh. I've never seen Plumman lose before. I've never seen that many elbow fouls. Warning, second. Yeah, I think the second foul was from two movements in referee's grip. The first was a warning, and then the second warning is a foul. So, but Mario Timbakis on the microphone holding up the Australian flag. It's got it backwards, but that's okay. Even he has bad days. Yeah, well, it was disappointing because it looked like he was putting Mario in a very compromised position. He was hitting through and he was getting within an inch of pinning Mario. Mario on his bicep, having to catch, and he caught several times in that position. But if Plumman was able to keep his elbow on the pad, we may have been seeing literally the complete opposite result of a 3-0 the other way around. But unfortunately, Plumman just coming off the back of the pad every single time. Yeah, what is that? Brass knuckle trophy? I think it is brass knuckles. It's brass knuckle trophy. You can't bring it back. He'll bring it back. But, oh man, actually that may get picked up in the x-ray. I don't know. You have to be careful with it. Maybe post it. Oh wait, the pad was set for left-hand matches, says Spermy's under screaming. Yeah, is the elbow pad the wrong size, says USS Liberty? Well, he definitely went all in for losing today, says Spermy's Us Creamy. Even he has bad days, that's right. Australia has a flag. Yes, they do. It is. It's 1/4 of it is the English flag. It's very similar to the New Zealand flag, if you know what the New Zealand flag looks like. It's identical apart from like some star positionings. Mario, the Greek Aussie, is the real deal. He absolutely is. He is an elite level puller. And what a great win for him there over such a veteran, especially from the Eastern European side of things with Plumman. And 3-0 victory. I wonder who we could line up for Mario Timbakis next. He's sitting at around the 100 kilo, 220 pound mark. And I know he normally sits a little higher than that. He did drop weight to get down for his match with Jason Malo. I think the next match is going to be Marcio Barbosza, which is going to be great. I would mail my trophy to myself and not travel with it. Yeah. He might not be aware of the law with that. And maybe you could get around it saying it's ornamental and not traditional. Like it's not a traditional brass knuckles, but it's on that borderline. Wonder if I should message Mario. Just say, yeah, mate, you might want to just post that trophy back to yourself. Oh, what are we saying about the flag there? Something. The Drew, I called it. 3-0 for Mario Timbakis over Plumman. What a amazing victory. Union Jack, not England. Gross Britannia. Great Britain. Fair enough. If the trophy was as awesome as a pair of knuckle dusters. A stolen flag. Very British. No one mistakes our flag, says Spermy's Ass is Creamy, obviously from Nigeria. Phil Woody says the old Canadian flag. The old Canadian flag. I don't know. They had an old one. I know the current one is the maple leaf. And is it red and white? I think it's red and white. The Drew says at least he got one legit pin. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a very dominant pin there. It's been a good card so far. The matches are going well. The stream is held together very nicely. We've only had one or two probably minor issues. One was the audio at the start where they kept playing the loop audio from their promo video over the top of their intros. Not a big deal. They fixed it. And the other one was during the James Wall and Craig Tullier match. It looks like they lost control of their cameras and they were stuck at a really far off view. And you could see the guys on the table, but there was a long way from where it was. It was like the camera was at the back of the room and the camera controls appeared on the screen. But they fixed that as well. So not a big deal at all. Main event, Marcio Barboza. What an opportunity to see this man, Paul. Maybe Plowman was thinking, I'd rather lose to fouls than get pinned. I don't think so. I think he was in a position where he was about to pin every single round. He just kept elbow fouling. I think maybe he wasn't used to somebody being that far at the end of the pad where Mario was starting. He was starting right at the end of the pad. Sorry, the front of the end of the pad. The front of the pad. And maybe just that inch, because most people will start at the front, but they're sort of, half an inch back from the very front. Mario's elbow was right on the front. And maybe there was just enough that it was causing Plowman's back pressure hit to slide his elbow off the back of the pad. Marcio Barboza is being introduced now. Thank you, everyone, for getting in the chat here. It's been great. We've got 30 people in here at the moment. It's absolutely amazing. Such an awesome opportunity to be able to watch the card together. And as I said, I'd rather be watching it with 30 of you guys that I always appreciate than watching it by myself. But Marcio Barboza has made his way to the table. He's getting some chalk now. This is the main event. First to 3. Neil Cass says Phil Woody sells Avon. Is Avon still around? What's the other one that was it was like that marketing thing where they try to get your friends to sign up to it. Amway. Wonder if that's still around. All right, the outside of straps here. Barbosza and Tsonev. Jordan Tsonev and Marcio Barboza, the main event. The outside of straps, I think it's negotiated grip. They're about to get started. Lost my camera, but it's back. We've got to start. They've gone in the hook here, and Tsonev has driven through. He's got the pin. Wow, they stopped in the center in the hook for about 1 second. Oh, we got an elbow foul. Okay, well, that's all right. It looks like Tsonev got the win anyway. So why aren't they going with running fouls? So there was an elbow foul by Marcio Barboza, but Tsonev was awarded the win. They've reflected that incorrectly on their scorecard, but now they've fixed it. Okay. Crazy match, but Jordan might be too much for Marcio, and Marcio will have to watch elbow fouls also. Yes, he did commit an elbow foul just then, but he did get pinned pretty handily. It did go into a hook position in the center of the table for about a second before Tsonev drove very powerfully through Marcio, was able to open his bicep and drive straight for a pin pad. And there was an elbow foul called on Marcio at the same time, but they gave the win to Tsonev, which is the correct call. If you're losing or if you're about to lose and you elbow foul, you should get a loss. Neil Cass says, any spoilers? Phil Woody says, I've got your perfume order ready for dispatch. Thank you for your custom. How did Bowen get on? Unfortunately, he lost 3-0 to Andrei Shakovich. He was able to get a few stops, but he wasn't able to get any dominant offensive positions. All right, round 2 is about to start. They're outside of straps again. We'll see if they want to go inside into the hook position again. Marcio looked pretty comfortable when they got that position for that first second, but he was unable to stop the drive from Tsonev. He looks pretty relaxed here in the setup. Looks like they are going to go inside again. Both men are pushing in that direction with their wrists. Referee straightening them out. The hands are closed. It's not referee's grip. Straighten the wrists. About to get the start. They've gone in the hook. Wow, it was like a repeat of the first round. Tsonev has driven through with a hook position. He's driven through for a pin, but Marcio elbow fouled on his way to the pin pad. So they're going to get a restart. Marcio on 1 foul. He was down 1-0. So it looks like Marcio is happy to go in the hook with Tsonev, but Tsonev is just so strong. He's driving through Marcio and causing an elbow foul each time that he's surged. My wife says Avon is still around. Oh, thank you for checking. I don't think we have that here in Australia. I know it from Edward Scissorhands. All right, we're about to get the start. They're outside of straps still. Looks like both of them want to go on the hook again. Marcio's going to have to hit faster if they do end up in the hook. He's sort of content to get in that hook position, and then I think he's trying to defend Tsonev's first initial surge, but it's too strong. He's going to get in that hook position. He has to be first. He has to hit first before Tsonev. Neil Cass says, talks a good game, doesn't he? Half had me believing he'd win. I'm guessing that's about Ryan. Unfortunately, he was unable to get the victory, but he did get some stops on Andre. It wasn't that he got blown out of the water. He was definitely in the match. Andrei Shakovich continues his rise. All right, we're about to get the start here. Marcio Barbosza on 1 foul. He's down 1-0 to Jordan Tsonev. They've gone inside. Marcio gets driven through to the pin pad again. He's happy to go into that hook position, but it's not working out for him. He's getting blown out of the water once they get in that hook spot. Tsonev is too strong for Marcio in that hook. Marcio's going to have to change up something, or if it's going to have to surge before Jordan, because they're going into that hook position and Jordan is driving through before Marcio is. Looks like Marcio's happy to try to just hold. It's like he's going into that position and holding, but he's not able to contain the power of Jordan Tsonev. He's up 2-0 in this main event for Knuckles Up 4. Spoiler, Mr. Peanut says, Matt says he's watching this all alone because he doesn't have any friends. Oh, who of your friends is going to come to your house at 5 a.m. to watch arm wrestling? We've got the SA Titans training on tonight. I have a match on there with Kiwi Sam, so that should be a lot of fun. I'll have the video up tomorrow for everybody. And I think he's also going against Kyle on the left, so I'll also have that video as well. So, but I have to get some sleep between now and then. It is 5:23 a.m. here in Adelaide, Sunday morning. Jordan is looking way too strong in this for Marcio Barbosza. What can Marcio do? Anyone got any suggestions at all? Scamway, yeah. Who has pulled? Everyone has pulled so far. This is the final match. Swolzak. This is the final. I will do a recap after this match is finished, and I'll give you all the results if you want to wait a few minutes. But right now, we're about to get this third round underway. Jordan Tsonev is up 2-0 over Marcio Barbosza. Marcio's going to have to do something different here. Only the top rollers left. Well, I think the problem is he wants to go in that hook and he fancies his ability to be able to hold Tsonev, but it's not working out for him. He's going to have to do something different. It looks like he's setting up for a top roll here. He's dumped his wrist. It looks like it might be a low hand top roll coming from Marcio. The referee is resetting their grip. Marcio's still in that dumped wrist position like a low hand top roll. I think that he's going to try something different apart from the hook. All right, thumbs are closed. Hands are closed. Well, he's driven through. Tsonev has got the pin. Referee's conferring. Referee's conferring still. Marcio's complaining about something. They're giving the win to Jordan Tsonev. Jordan Tsonev is saying, no, let's do it again. Referee says, okay. I think that they're deciding whether or not they're going to do it again, and the referee may be saying they can't do it again. Maybe because it's an official call, they probably can't just redo it. But I think they are going to anyway. All right, I think they are going to redo it. Yes, they are. Okay, so the outside of straps, 2-0 for Jordan Tsonev over Marcio Barbosza. And Marcio moved a lot in that setup just before the go, which Jordan did look at the referee like, are you seeing this? And he didn't care when they started because he jumped straight into that hook position and drove straight through to the pin pad. So I think this is just going to be a repeat of that. Tsonev being a good sport here, saying, no, that's fine, we'll redo it. Hands are closed. Wow, Tsonev too strong. Marcio saying that Tsonev was curving in on the start. The referee is saying, I will redo it again for a third time. Marcio is saying that Jordan is pushing in as they are about to start. And now the referee is talking to Marcio about whether or not they're going to do a third round. A third start to this. So Jordan has won twice so far. I think he's going to go for a third win. What happened? There's no do-overs in baseball, says Mr. Peanut. I don't think this is a great look for Marcio because it's very obvious that Tsonev is the stronger man, and to be complaining, when you're sort of getting blown away and wanting restarts. I mean, fair enough, whatever, but it just doesn't come across the way that you'd love it to. Yeah, Tsonev being very accommodating here now. All right, and he's gone into the hook position. They've got to stop again for something. Warning to Marcio Barbosza. I don't even know if they've reset the fouls or not here, or how many fouls they're on. This is the third go round for this round. Jordan having won the match twice already. But allowing Marcio to have an issue, he has an issue with the way that the wins came about. And Jordan, to his credit, has said, okay, let's just do it again. And so he pinned him again, and then the same issue arose. Well, let's do it again for a third time. So one warning, I think it was, for Marcio that time. They're about to get the start. I think Marcio is not happy with Jordan moving on the setup. And we've gotten a hook, And Jordan has driven straight through to the pin pad. Too strong, Jordan Tsonev. Strongev. As I said his name, the announcer said too strong in my headphones, and I said Strongev. It's probably not a bad name, though. Jordan, too damn strong, was pulling for Marcio, but congrats. Well done. Is that 3? Does that count as 3 wins? Procrastinator. A bit silly for Marcio to be arguing again. Clearly, Jordan. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's pretty much the point that I was making. Mr. Peanut, was this your card? What to see that again, do you? Would I want to see that again? Was this your card? Okay. Want to see that again? Are you doing card tricks in the comments, Mr. Peanut? Too strong, says Sperm's Ass is Creamy. Absolutely. And he was way too dominant there for Marcio Barbosza. You could see that Marcio was trying something different in that final round. He did push forwards and he did try to top roll, but Jordan Tsonev, just unreal strength, just able to push through and drive through to the pin pad with no issues against Marcio there. Referees failing to maintain control of the table. Well, I think it was the fact that Jordan didn't want to contest Marcio's questions of the way that he had started the match, and he's like, "Oh, if you weren't happy with how that started, let's do it again." And then it happened again. Well, let's just do it again. So fair enough to Jordan, but I believe that the referees did say that they would keep that call as the final call, and that Jordan was the winner. But it was up to Jordan at that point, and he said, "No, I'm happy to redo it." So, I mean, the referee could have at that point said, no, the call has been official, and that's the way it goes. But they've agreed to restart twice. So right now we've got all the sponsors of the event have jumped on the stage. We've got Will and Chris, Paul Italia, all the athletes of the card. Great effort from everybody. Marcio just not strong enough. Yeah, it looked like he was happy to go in the hook. Obviously, that was the position he felt the strongest in. But when your opponent is better at your ace and you're forced to go to your backup plan, which is probably not going to be as strong as your best, it's always a difficult thing to do. You know, if you're a hook puller and you're phenomenal in the hook, and the match goes in a hook, and you're like, yeah, this is great. And then you get blasted through, and you're like, oh, that's, I've just been training hook for like the last 6 months. So unfortunately, he wasn't able to get the win there. But hopefully we'll see more of Marcio Barbosza. He's always a fierce competitor and a veteran of the sport. And unfortunately wasn't able to get the job done. But Jordan Tsonev looking phenomenal. Wonder who we could see him lined up against next time. Well, they've dropped the stream already. There was a fast end. I think I was keeping it going because the last couple of times that I've clicked off early, they had a couple of extra matches right at the end. But well done to everyone from Knuckles Up 4. I'll give a recap of the results for everybody who may not have seen it. But so the first match, and this is going to be off the top of my head, so I'll try to get all of them, but it'll be Jason Malo. He got a victory 3-0 over Ju Minkyu. And then we saw a hook war between James Wall and Craig Tullier, which went down to the silver bullet. And Craig Tullier was able to get the win. Unfortunately, it was a win on fouls, which is, you know, nobody wants to see a win on fouls, especially when two guys are putting on so much power like that. You could see the strength and both shuddering with explosive force in that position. And then, you know, the fouls kept sort of stopping them, and it was very frustrating. And unfortunately, even though it was a 3-foul system, we saw James Wall get 3 fouls in that final round, and he ended up going down 3-2. We also saw Matarengi Hetamoris, and he went against Toshiyuki Shishido, number 1 in Japan, And it looks like, unfortunately, there may have been a wrist injury to Matabarengi. He was not able to contest the third round. He ended up losing 3-0. He was dropping into a King's move throughout the match, and he was having issues with his elbow coming off the side of the pad, coming off the back of the pad. So I think those restarts really sort of hampered his game. He was breathing very, very heavy. By the third round, he was leaning on the table, sweating profusely. Those restarts, especially with 3 fouls, would make a significant impact. If you're thinking, okay, it's first to 3, but really you might be pulling 9 times or 8 times because of the amount of restarts and slips and straps, and so there's multiple restarts, and you can get exhausted very, very quickly, and it might still be 1-1 or 1-0. But so that was Matabarengi and Toshiyuki Shishido. Who else did we see after that? So after that, we had a break, and then we came back and we saw Ryan Bowen versus Andrei Shakovich. And we saw Andrei Shakovich was able to get a 3-0 victory over Ryan Bowen. He did have to work hard for it. Ryan did get several stops throughout the match, but unfortunately he was not able to get the job done. He was working a lot from a defensive position throughout the match. He wasn't able to sort of secure any offensive spots at all. He didn't get a cut position. The stops that he did were great, but he was not able to stay in that position long enough to be able to exhaust Andrei Shakovich, and so he managed to get the victory 3-0. What was after that one? So that was after the break. Then we saw Mario Tambakis against Plowman, and the most elbow fouls of anyone I've ever seen. Unfortunately for Plowman there, he was not able to keep his elbow on the pad. It kept coming off the back of the pad every round, and there was 3 elbow fouls for every single round, and he dropped off the back of the pad pretty much every single start that they had. His hit was driving through to the pad, and Mario Tambakis was holding him in a bicep curl position, and he was catching him, but Plowman almost had too much back pressure for his own good. It was driving him off the back of the pad, and he was not able to make the adjustment he needed to. And Mario Tambakis walked away with a 3-0 victory over Plowman, and that's the second time he's had a win over in the United States at Knuckles Up, having previously beaten Jason Malo. So great things happening for Mario Tambakis, who I believe he also won his class at the Arizona State Championship this year. So he is on an absolute tear, and keep an eye out for Mario Tambakis from Australia, for one of the guys that is going to be pushing towards the elite level. Well done to Mario Tambakis. And then we saw was it the main event next? Am I missing one? Trying to remember here. Marcio Barbosza and Jordan Tsonev was the final match, and it was a very, very strong and powerful Jordan Tsonev taking the match over Marcio Barbosza 3-0. There was a couple of restarts right at the end of the match. Jordan Tsonev, they were jumping into the hook, and Jordan was just crushing through Barbosza. Was able to roll through very, very comfortably, and they went to the third round with Jordan Tsonev up 2-0. Jordan Tsonev getting the pin, and Marcio wasn't happy about something. The referee said, well, I've made my call, I've made my decision, it's 3-0, it's a win for Jordan. And Jordan said, no, if he's not happy with it, we'll do it again. And so they did. They ran it back, and they did it again. And Jordan Tsonev pinned Marcio Barbosza again. And then Marcio said that he wasn't happy about something that Jordan had done in the setup. And so Jordan said, well, let's do it again. And so they did it again. And then Marcio got a foul for starting early. And then they did it again. And Jordan got the pin in a hook position and was finally awarded the win 3-0. Is there any match that I am missing? I'm just going to quickly review my little thing here. We didn't see that one. Jason Malo, yes, that's correct. Robbie Russell and Vetan. Yes, that was the other one there. So Robbie Russell able to crush through Vetan on that first round. Just pure cup and side pressure. It didn't even go backwards at all. Like basically just from the middle of the table, he went straight to the side, to the pad. And I was of the opinion at that point in time that this was a whitewash and he was going to just blow Vetan out of the water. But Vetan made a very, very clever adjustment, and he has the nickname the Master for a very good reason. And he was able to make the adjustment being that he prevented Robbie from being able to cup. So Robbie, obviously being an incredibly powerful man, you can see his strength in his chest and his shoulder and his arm and everything that's going to be blasting through with that structure. But he relies on being able to get that cup position for it all to work together, which Vetan very cleverly identified. And he sat in a different position for the rest of the match. It was more of an open arm top roll position, but from the center rather than rather than sitting in a diagonal position. He was sitting in the center and keeping that weight and that pressure on Robbie's wrist, which prevented Robbie from being able to cup. Now, Robbie's whole game relies on him to be able to get that cup position, to be able to use the power of his structure. And when he was not able to access that and he was forced into a flat wrist position, every time he would surge, that positioning that Vetan was sitting in was causing Robbie's own wrist to buckle back. And with that continued pressure from Vetan in the position that he was in, you saw a very slow opening and push back of Robbie's wrist until he got to a point where he was flopped back completely. And he knew that Vetan was just about to go for a surge to roll through to the pad. He would push off the front, get an elbow foul, get a restart, but he was unable to change the course of action as to what Vetan was doing. A very, very clever tactical maneuver there from Vetan, and one that I would like to highlight. I probably will look at adding that to my go-to of strategic maneuvers that has allowed somebody to come back into a match where they may have been outgunned. You know, going against somebody who's bigger and stronger and has a more powerful wrist. What do? Well, here's a perfect example of what you do. You prevent them from being able to cup their wrist, and everything else fell apart. We saw Robbie sort of float the idea of a flop press at some point, but obviously that's probably not his go-to maneuver, and he abandoned that pretty quick. But it was like a slow death for Robbie Russell for each round after that. So Vetan able to come back. I think it was 3-1 in the end. So. Yeah, so a very quick recap. Again, if anyone's just tuning in, I'll quickly go through it again. So Ryan Bowen lost to Andrei Shakovich 3-0. We had Marcio Barbosza unfortunately getting blown out of the water by Jordan Tsonev. Jordan Tsonev looking absolutely incredible. 3-0 victory for him there. Jason Malo and Minkyu. Jason Malo getting a 3-0 victory. Very dominant win over Minkyu. Toshiyuki Shishido against Matawaringi Hetamoris. So a 3-0 win for Shishido, and potentially, hopefully not, but an injury in the wrist for Matawaringi Hetamoris. We hope that he is okay. Robbie Russell and Vetan, that was a 3-1 victory for Vetan. James Wall and Craig Tullier was a 3-2 victory for Craig Tullier on fouls right in the last round, and that was maybe match of the night because of the power that was being generated from those two men in the hook position. And finally, Mario Tembakis with a 3-0 victory over Plowman. Plowman fouling in every round at every stage, and unfortunately, he was not able to keep his elbow on the pad at all. I'll catch up on the comments here. Where are we here? Wonder how many of those Knucklebuster trophies will be taken at the airport. Yeah. I guess it depends. Like, if it's made of plastic or something, well, I guess it wouldn't be much of a trophy if it was a plastic trophy. I don't know. But we'll see. Neil's index finger says, Marcio, just not strong enough. That's pretty much it. Yeah. What do you do when your opponent is better at the thing that you do best? You go to your backup game plan and hope for the best. But Jordan Tsonev looking incredibly strong today. Mr. Peanut says, that's the joke. If anyone from out of state wins the knuckles up brass knuckles, they will call the cops and have them arrested at the airport or when they cross state lines. I don't know. Is it illegal over in the US to have brass knuckles? It's a $5,000 on-the-spot fine here in Australia. Marcio had 3 extra matches. He did. He had, and what a sportsmanship maneuver by Jordan Tsonev to say, I don't want to win on controversy. I want to win satisfactorily. And he was very fair in the setup in that last one. He was like, are you happy with everything, Marcio? And like, okay, let's start. And then he drove through for the final pin. But we need an anti-hooker versus Jordan. Anti-hooker. Wow. It's a good question. Yes, he's looking incredibly powerful at this point in time. Anti-hooker. My first thought was Jerry Cataret, but I'm like, no, he's hopefully going against Levan. Neil's Index Fender says, thanks for covering the matches, brother. Through the Fingers, we'll be discussing results on this evening on our channel. Absolutely, go check out the Through the Fingers podcast. They do a tremendous job there. The guys from Canada and Dakota Shipton as well, and Brian Parliament and Ash as well. And I liked Barbosza needs to. Oh, sorry, Barbosza. Oh. Barbosza needs to win his next match. He does indeed. Well, I think he was coming back from a bit of an injury there. So this may have been a testing ground, and he might still be working towards getting back to 100%. Cookie Damage says, is the event ended? It has ended. It just ended then. Spermies Answer Creamy says, Drew, just bring in Todzilla. That would be interesting. Actually. That's a very good suggestion, Spermies. Says the Drew. Mega shift today, Matt. Thanks, buddy. Get your 100 stomach crunches in, then off to bed. Forget the sunrise. Thank you, Phil. Always a pleasure to see you in here, and lovely to meet you over at the Arm Gods event. And it's so amazing that all of the people that are in the chat, and I've had the pleasure and privilege of meeting several of you. But what I was going to highlight is just the amount of work that you guys put in to make arm wrestling awesome. And I'm thinking specifically right now of Phil Woody and the effort that he put into the Arm Gods event. Was running around for hours helping with setup and lighting and cameras and all sorts of things just to help make the event come together. So, and yes, I definitely noticed your hard work and effort, and it inspired me to want to jump up and help as well. So well done to you. And Spermy's Ass Screamy says, Jeep up that Stephen Hawking training match. Been a blast today. Thank you, Spermy. So I will have a match later on this evening at the SA Titans Arm Wrestling Club against Kiwi Sam. We'll see how that goes. Someone like Vitali, the way he can't seem to be hooked. Yeah, that's a good suggestion as well. Absolutely. Roy says, hello, Matt. How are you, sir? I heard the shark devoured his prey today. Thoughts? Yes, he was too strong for Ryan Bowen. Ryan did get several stops on Andre, but he was unable to find any offensive positions. Yes, I did sort of discuss this a little bit, but it's interesting the change in style that Ryan has employed over the last year and a half, which is sort of dropping a lot into this King's move position. And maybe it's to do with the shoulder injury that he has been facing or been dealing with. But yeah, I think it's more of a defensive game that he's playing at this point in time. Maybe that's due to his training with Lachlan Adair, and maybe if you're used to not being able to win the center against somebody who's just incredibly powerful and strong, like lock on a dare, then you develop your defensive game very effectively, and maybe that's your go-to, or that's now your ace. But obviously, Andrei Shakovich, incredibly strong man, and on an absolute tear. He continues his rise through the arm wrestling ranks. Luca says, what happened with Mario? Mario won 3-0 over Plowman. It was a non-stop elbow foul fest from Plowman. I've never seen more fouls committed in a match. I literally haven't. Plowman fouled on every start apart from one, which Mario got a pin on. But yeah, that was incredible. Very, very much having an issue keeping his elbow on the pad. It kept coming off the back. Jacobin says, thanks for the coverage. Great event. Well, thank you for popping in. It was always great to see you and be able to talk with you guys. And as I said, rather than watching it by myself, I get to watch it with all of you amazing people. Everyone, could you please watch some of Matt's live streams to get his hours up to get monetized? Well, thank you very much, Drew. That would be appreciated. You can put it on another browser tab to 2 times speed and mute the video. We're almost there. We're getting closer. I think we're about 150 hours to go. But I think tonight would have helped a lot with having 30 people in. It's definitely absolutely amazing. Phil Woody says, cheers, Matt. It's a lot of work on minimum wage as well. I got to forward this clip onto Marcus to get a pay rise. I'm sure that you were volunteering your time. But you were doing a tremendous job. White Wolf as well was running around like a madman. And the Fox 8 Ball as well did a lot of helping out. Awesome for Mario, absolutely, Luca. Yes, for sure. He has had a big year. He's won at the Arizona State event, and he also won at Knuckles Up 3 against Jason Malo. And he's now won against Plumman, which is a huge, huge feather in his cap. And we'll have to see what the next big thing for Mario Tambakis is. But he continues his rise through the ranks. I think he's sitting around 100 kilos or 220 pounds, which he dropped down to face Jason Malo to get down to that weight. But yes, I'm not sure if he's going to continue to stay at that weight, or if he feels comfortable there, or if he's going to move back up. But I think it's probably a very good weight for him. He looks like he retained a lot of his strength. He looks healthier in terms of his frame and his physique and his face. The wins over names are stacking up. Absolutely, yes. Mario Tambakis, not to be slept on. He is pushing very, very hard for international status, and having 2 big international victories against quality opponents like Jason Malo and Plumman as well. So those are 2 of the best people going around in that weight class. And I'm not sure who would we like to see Mario matched up with again next. Here in Australia, he has a little bit of a rivalry going with Richard Bornman, but they are now in 2 very distinctly different weight classes. Mario dropping down to around the 100 kilos or 220 mark, and Rickard sitting at about 120 kilos or the 265. So Rickard being a natural heavyweight, and Mario is probably better suited to this weight class, I would say. So even though they've had some amazing matches against each other, I think it's just now to the point where the weight would be the indicating factor. It's like, why would you want to compete in the super heavyweights if you're only just making the bottom end of the limit? If you're like 108 kilos, it's like, why would you go in, we'll say 112 or something like that? Like, why would you go in the super heavyweight division? Just, lose some body fat, get down to a weight where you're most naturally the strongest. Because if you're in that super heavyweight class, you're going against absolute giants, like people like Levan, Devin Devin Larratt, a natural 100 kilo, 220 guy, pushed his body to the limit to be able to get up, and he still was very undersized for a super heavyweight. You could see that was a significant factor when he went against Levan. Levan being an absolute giant of a man. I think he's 180 kilos, which, what is that in pounds? 200 kilos would be 440. So take 20, so 360 pounds, something like that. 180 kilos. Yeah, absolute monster of a man for Levan. And you look at, guys like Kadecha or even Jerry Cataret. These are your natural super heavyweights. So why would you want to be jumping in and competing against them when they have such a huge, significant weight factor against you? I think that's one of the reasons that John Brzenk was so popular and so incredible, was that he was winning against these guys, even though he was weighing, he was probably at that 100 kilo, 90 kilo weight range, 90 to 100, which is what I always have to do the calculation. It's like 90, it's like 200 pounds to 220 pounds, something like that, I think. Anyway, but yeah, you take somebody like John Brzenk, who's a decently sized guy and a very natural athlete and a good sized athlete, but you put him against these monsters and he would still win. And it was like that was what really cemented his legacy, was that he's not just dominant in his weight class, he's dominant against everyone in the world. But yeah, what a great card that Knuckles Up put together here. And yeah, we might look at ending this reasonably soon. I might give it another 2 minutes if anyone's got any more comments there. It is 6 a.m. here in Adelaide, so I will be heading off to bed fairly shortly. But anyone's got any last minute comments, I'd love to hear from you, and maybe just your thoughts on the event. And what would we rate the event out of 10 if we could? My out of 10 score, I'd give it an 8 out of 10. I think they did a lot of things really well. I liked the production. I think that they ran a very tight ship in terms of the way that the camera angles were sported. They did have one minor glitch with that, but these things happen with technology. I mean, my body cameras are turned on and off halfway through this stream, despite the fact that nothing has been plugged in or moved or whatever. It's just decided to do it. So you get those issues. I think the speed could have been up a little bit. I think that they were a little bit slow getting things continuing to move because there was so much time. When someone would slip and they'd both wander away from the table and they'd get chalk and they'd have a drink and they'd sit down, it's like, it's a slip. What are you guys doing? Like, get them back at the table. Like, get them strapped up. Like, they're not supposed to be wandering away. It's a slip. Same with the foul. Like, you don't get to go have a drink because you fouled. Keep them there at the table. I think that would have saved a lot of time. And in between rounds, I'm not sure what the amount of time that was given for recovery seemed quite long. I think there was like 2 minutes in between rounds, or it felt like 2 minutes. Usually you'd see a minute or at the most a minute and a half, but it felt like there was a 2 minute break every time they would go in between rounds. And I sort of got caught out a couple of times when I was talking to you guys, and I didn't realize that the match had started again, because it was like, oh, I should have plenty of time here because they've been taking so long. But apart from that, I think the refereeing was really solid. I think they did a great job. There was no big questionable calls or anything. There was a lot of elbow fouls, but I think they were legitimate elbow fouls. Phil Woody says, when are you live next, Matt? Not sure. Maybe I'll probably jump on a few times this week. I think we're trying to get like a weekly thing going. Me and Dave Stockbridge, who is the other owner alongside Ryan Bowen of AWE. He's just finding it difficult for time at the moment. He runs his own real estate company, and it's been quite difficult for him to put aside a dedicated hour and a half to be able to jump on. But we'll definitely be on with the Buzz crew, the arm wrestling Buzz, with Paul Italia and Israel Chavez. and that will be on, or for me, it's Thursday mornings, but it's 9:30 Eastern Standard Time PM for on Wednesday night. So Wednesday 9:30 Eastern Standard Time for the Arm Wrestling Buzz Show, and that will be with Paul Italia and Israel Chavez, and Paul Italia featuring very heavily in this event here because he was a major sponsor, and he does everything he can to support arm wrestling around the world, every promotion that's out there. He is a very, very positive influence for the sport. And we see people like him, like Marcus Thompson, some incredible people that sort of jump on and really fall in love with the sport and want to see it grow. And they are willing to help the people that are putting promotions together and trying to put cards together. There's a lot of ground level grassroots support in this sport, which I absolutely love seeing. And I think that's why we're seeing so many promotions starting up all over the world. Is not only the popularity is increasing for the sport, but the ability for people to put on an event. They are getting so much support from their community, from their clubs, from their friends and family, that when you watch an event, it really does feel like you're part of a special thing. And so that side of things I really do appreciate in the world of arm wrestling. So I might finish things up there, but thank you again, everybody. I really appreciate having you watch the event with me. And yes, I'll have a match tonight. I'm going against Kiwi Sam at the SO Titans Arm Wrestling Club, and I'll have the footage of that up probably tomorrow, I would say. But I'll give a nice final double bicep for you there. The lovely split bicep. I love that thing there. It's funny because somebody asked me how do you get that, and I said it's literally just genetic. Like I don't do anything different to what you do. I do curls. I do alternate dumbbell curls. It's the same thing. It's just genetic. Anyway, lovely way to finish up the stream to talk about my